for the day.
Can you handle that, man?
No.
See, I wouldn't volunteer for that.
No, I wouldn't at all. I would go, you see me in corner sucking my thumb, walking back and forth between the city. Wayne's pretty amazing, huh? He's valuable.
He's ready. Try to get over it in a few minutes.
We welcome everyone to our work session today, Tuesday, April 7th, 11:35 a.m. and appreciate you being here. I know Councilmember Santiago is on the way up. I saw her parking also. So we'll begin with a roll call. Corey, would you start, please? Corey Morgan, Al Moore, Dave Stewart,
Holly Hales,
Kay Van Buren, Gary Whittington, Gary Garrett,
Matt Taylor.
Brian Jones.
Louise Jurgensen.
Thank you. We'll begin with an opening prayer. Brittany Ward of the Public Works Department has agreed to offer that for us.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're thankful that we could be here together at this meeting. We're thankful for this government that we have, and that Thou can help guide our thoughts to make the decisions that is important for humanity. Please be with everybody this day as they make discussions and decisions that are important to the city of Provo, that they can be wise and come to an agreement. And please bless the food that it won't make anybody sick, and I'll be healthy and pleasing in Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you, Brittany. So I'm excited to get a chance to meet you beforehand. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself? And,
Took a few notes so I don't get tongue-tied.
Yes.
I work for the Public Works Department. I'm a civil engineer there, in the engineering department. I've been there for almost 4 years. I do a lot of engineering design, and I do some construction management. The latest projects I've been working on is bond foreclosures, so a lot of concrete work throughout the city, just fixing broken and damaged concrete or old developments that never completed the work before the past. I do a lot of development review. I'm over the addressing for the city. I'm one of the core GIS members for the whole city. There's six or eight of us, and then just kind of some of the smaller things I do is I just keep track of the finalized documents and plans, and just over that whole FIMEX system. They also asked me to share what I like the most about the city, and what I like working for the city, as opposed to other places. I do enjoy the daily citizen interaction from a forefront perspective. Instead of being like a resident on the other side, I get first-hand experience. I like the continuous opportunities to get better and to grow and learn. I don't think anybody can ever reach a maximum level of knowing everything, especially when you're working here. I like being part of an organization where employees all have different tasks and goals, but yet we all work together to achieve the same outlook and the same standard of work. I like serving, and with that I like serving on many different teams within one organization. But my favorite thing about working for the city is being part of a quickly advancing city, that they're a national leading example in their innovation, their desire to perform, their family living and entertainment, and just their overall foresight to support the growth and their need to support the community. So.
Did you come here from outside? Were you raised in this area?
No.
Did you move here from Provo from another?
Yeah, I grew up in Salt Lake, and a couple of years after I got married, I moved down to Springville. I got my degree in 2008 and worked for a few different private firms before coming here to the city.
So, and your family lives in Springville, so, okay.
Yeah.
How many engineers are there in Public Works?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, including the city engineer.
Great, interesting.
Yeah, well, that's just in the engineering department. I mean, we have a water resources engineer, one over sewer, one over sanitation, and another over stormwater. So,
It's great to have such qualified, friendly people working for our city. Thank you.
yes.
Brittany, for introducing yourself. Anyone have any other questions?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. I assume that within Utah County, it's relatively rare to find a woman in a position that you have as a civil engineer. Is that a reasonable assumption on my part?
Yeah, there was 3 of us, 2 or 3, I think, in my whole engineering graduating class.
Wow. Out of a large class.
Maybe 200 to 300, I think.
And I wonder to what extent you are already or perhaps plan to be involved in the various forms of STEM initiative that we find in the community, especially with respect to girls and women.
During college, I was actually a member of the Society of Women Engineers, and we kind of worked together and did some presentations at the college campus itself, and also to some high schools around, and just kind of introduced technology, not to women in particular, but just to anybody thinking about studying the field. So,
Are you continuing to do that, or do you anticipate being involved similarly in the future? Locally?
Yeah, I'm always open to it and welcome to those type of opportunities. So I'm not involved in any at this particular moment. So.
Thank you.
A good role model for our young women.
Absolutely.
Do you have much interaction with the public as far as the developers coming in? Do you talk with them and consult with them?
Yes, I do on a daily basis.
Well, tell me your feel. Are they comfortable with, for the most part, developing in Provo, or do they feel that what would your assessment be? Do you feel that we're development friendly? Are we difficult to work with? Do they feel that? Do you get that feeling from them? What is your feeling from them?
I think a lot of them enjoy developing and working in Provo. When they come in and ask for help, I think we're able to give them a lot of resources and not only answer their questions, but also give them some other paths to go along so they can do some research on their own if they have further questions. We're always open to them calling back and asking questions and being able to answer those. And if we can't answer them ourselves, there's plenty of other resources in the city who can turn them over to different people for their questions that are related. So, like I said, we all have different tasks and we all work together for the same goal. So I think that applies when people come in and have development questions.
And tell me that goal, just out of curiosity. What is that same goal? What is that goal that you're working for? Hard question, though.
No worries. I think that, well, the goal to me is to expand and develop Provo to be friendly to its citizens and to have a good quality of living and of life and of family and entertainment. So just the quality of life in the city, I think, in the city. So.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Brittany.
Sure.
Nice to meet you. Appreciate your helping us out here today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call for a motion relative to the minutes, which are listed on the agenda here, the February 3rd work meeting minutes, the February 17th work meeting minutes, February 3rd, March 3rd work meeting, March 12th Provo Council School Board joint meeting, and the March 17th work meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review those and get feedback to Louise relative to these minutes?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll call for a motion.
Move to approve.
A motion by Councilmember Santiago to approve, second by Ms. Hales. Those in favor? Great, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. All right, because we have worked so hard already today, we'll now break for lunch. We have next on the agenda, again, training for the emergency operations plan with Brian, and so let's grab a quick lunch, and then we'll launch right into that 1-hour training segment of our meeting today. I'm not sure you are.
Yeah, I was confused about
So maybe some other ones, but those are still not the latest updated ones. So I called Larry, and he came down, and he's going to work with Ryan to make sure that we have everything, like the administration, you know, we sort of worked around, and there were still some things that the administration had taken out, and that we were fine with. And so I showed him that, and Larry's going to go over and make sure that that's what we kind of, we worked it into it.
Yeah.
Good document.
I went through, and I said, I didn't recognize some of these things either.
Yeah, there was some things taken out. So Larry's gonna go over that, and then I talked to him this morning, and he said, in principle, I agree, and I'm not gonna dicker over words here and there. You know, he's good with those. So, anyway, when I have.
I thought the first and last sentence, there's a couple of things that I'm still.
If I say that, I'm
concerned about this congestion fee. I don't quite understand congestion fee. I'm struggling with that one personally.
You guys have.
Yeah.
And I think it's something we talk about.
No.
I just don't understand. It's like Disneyland to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know we're gonna go on a holiday, it's gonna be crowded.
Yeah.
Will the market take care of the congestion fee? Help me understand the congestion fee a
Well,
little bit more.
I think when it gets to a certain point, it does start to affect the cost of, you know, the maintenance and all kind of stuff. And so if you have people continually coming and it's overcrowded and it's, you know, I don't know, I think that at some point it does start to affect the wear and tear, starts to affect it. So if you can increase the price a little bit, with supply and demand, or demand, and then you should request the share of those, you know what I mean? If it brings it down, that's how I understand it.
I'm struggling with that. I understand what you're saying. And I'm trying to hear you.
To add one or two, I think, is a big deal when you start to add so many that it's, you know, it's that way in the market, so you had so many that people don't stop going because it's too crowded and it's no longer.
I've talked with people that said they go to the rec center, see how many cars are in there, and so they'll turn away.
And they'll turn away, and you think that'll just take care of it.
I kind of think it'll take care of itself, but and I understand the more people, the more wear and tear, but I hate to have somebody come in and say, oh, I was planning on $5, all of a sudden it's $6.
Right, well, and I think I look at some places, they have their price at $20 a pass. And everybody bought passes, and they were so crowded that we would go in the morning maybe for an hour, and then we wouldn't go.
You're right.
But we also noticed that, like, the turf started to stink, and you know, it just became less and less desirable to the point where I don't know if we want to pass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so what we do is we just raise the price of the whole pass.
Right, and that's the congestion fee, is we raise the price of the whole pass, right?
Not during the day, you're not during I mean, for a season.
Yeah, I guess that's, yeah, so.
That's the thing.
And so then the maintenance isn't getting done, but there are tons of people, and you start to worry about, is this really, you know, I think it gets the wear and tear happens so much faster when you have hordes of people there every single day.
And I understand that. I just don't want that. There might be the last day we were at, they should change on the hourly and it's 4 o'clock, goes out at 2 o'clock. If we leave it at the congestion fee, after the season, I'm calling it 1%. Maybe it's a congestion or something. I'm just really confused on that myself. I think that's a, people don't enjoy it, we can get one there. So it's it made more sense when before it was public. Then I understand that, and I agree with that. And then the other half goes back.
See, so I had some requests, I guess it's like, you asked so that he corrected me and said, no, that's not ethics. So, is
This is like this one. 2 years. Right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we will. We'll have some more information.
Did you see
Your husband
So it's spread out over multiple days, and the issue is we didn't talk about different types of events.
have different activities coming days and days, and they try to accomplish as many as they can. They could charge.
I owe you like, lunch. That's right.
I really need it.
Take time off. Take time off. That's what we just said.
Oh, really?
How long did this take us when we did it? About an hour and a half. I think so.
Hopefully this will be a little bit better because I found a better strategy
Okay.
that is actually focus on our business instead of me taking your different slideshows and summarizing each of those.
You have to go.
I'm okay with the longer version of staff.
Not sure about that. This stuff, you know, guys,
Thank you.
saving sites, checking in, so yeah, we'll tell you. April weather.
Over here,
Yeah, watch the second half.
Recorded it for the second half also.
Did it end up how you wanted it to?
So was Wisconsin really upside down?
Twice, I think. So, yeah.
I think they just ran out of gas, I think. Personally.
All right, we'll reconvene and turn the time over to Ryan. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We'll make a couple of introductory remarks. First of all, about why we're doing this training. I think there were two things that led to this training happening. The first one is, as you know, last summer, a group of about 70 people from mostly Provo City employees, but also some from the county and from some local agencies, went out to the Emergency Management Institute back east and did a week-long training on emergency management. And when we returned from that training, some conversations I had with council staff led to this realization that there are a lot of emergency management concepts that aren't necessarily widely known. That just the main concepts and terminology are helpful to know if you don't already know them. So I did a training similar to this for council staff a couple months ago, and we felt like it would be useful for the council to also be apprised of this information. Secondly, there's a couple of policy decisions that are probably going to be coming down the road soon because of that Emergency Management Institute. One, the Provo City Emergency Operations Plan has been updated as of the first of the year, and I sent it to Matt today, so hopefully you have it in your materials. It can get uploaded later, so you'll have it in your materials so you can review it. And there were also some questions that were raised at or in the wake of that Emergency Management Institute training regarding succession and some state rules that govern succession in the event of emergency. And we may be coming to you in the relatively near future with some either policy questions or ordinance recommendations. And so that would be useful to kind of have the background to know where those come from.
I have one other reason why we're trying to get the training in now is I think at the 18th is the Utah Shakeout event. Administration will be conducting an emergency operations center, which you'll learn the definition of in a moment, at the rec center. And this will be a good opportunity to actually see how some of these principles apply in a real scenario. And I think I would highly encourage attendance at that, just so when we do talk about some of these things like succession and policy down the road, again, you have a better understanding of where the council fits into all this.
That's on Thursday, the 16th at 10 a.m.
16. Thank you.
Okay. Then the second introductory comment, I will do my best. I'd really love for this to be less than an hour. However, I need to preface that by saying this. This is my attempt to, in 1 hour, summarize the 2-hour course that summarizes the 17 hours of courses that those who are fully trained in ICS have to take. So we'll see how I do. Then I'd also like to say as a caveat, I don't necessarily consider myself to be a subject matter expert in this area, and you'd probably be better served if Chris Blinsinger, our emergency management coordinator, were here doing this. But I have taken all 17 hours of those courses, some of them twice, during my experience at the city and in the military. When I was in the Air Force and stationed in Japan for 3 years, I was on the base incident management team and participated at least quarterly in week-long 24-hour-a-day exercises regarding incident management. So,
Finish reading this.
so I do have some experience in this. Chris is definitely the expert. I'm not a certified FEMA instructor, so you're not going to get your certificate at the end of my summary, but I think that I think this will help you get the basic concepts.
I asked Ryan to do this because I knew he could hone in on the most critical information relevant to the council.
Yes, so there's several slides that I will either skip or go through very quickly because of my attempt to not turn this into the full-blown production that you would get from FEMA, but if you have questions about those, or if I'm going too fast, please stop me. So let's talk about objectives first. These two slides cover the objectives of the class. I'm going to I have maybe fewer objectives in this, but help you understand what the incident command system is, get basic familiarity with the terminology, understand what the basic organization is. And slide 2 has even more objectives. But the reason why those are my key objectives is because your role, as you'll see later, is to set policy. And so you don't need to be subject matter experts in commanding an emergency response, but you need to have a familiarity with how emergency response works in order to establish policy, in order to understand fully the requests for support that come from the administration, and in order to help the city as a body with community outreach regarding emergency management. So let's go to the first objective. What is ICS? I mean, this whole presentation is full of acronyms and terminology. I'm going to attempt to define them all, but if I miss one, please ask me. So ICS stands for Incident Command System. So we've got a definition of an incident. And you'll notice here that an incident is basically anything that requires a response. And most incidents under this terminology are handled by a single department in the matter of a couple of hours, or maybe a couple of departments working in conjunction in less than a day, and they may not even ever come up to the level of public awareness. So how long will a complex incident last? It can last anywhere from days to weeks or even to months. So look at Hurricane Katrina, for example, right? If you think about the incident being just the hurricane, not only lasted for a short amount of time, but if you think about the incident including the response, which it does in this framework, then it's still going on, and it's lasted for years. There's this question, how long do we need to be self-sufficient? Oh, I'm skipping ahead, sorry. The general guideline under federal guidelines is that most communities need to be prepared to handle an incident on their own for the first 72 hours. And the reason is because if the infrastructure is damaged, the infrastructure may be damaged so badly that it takes that long before you can get assistance from outside agencies. So that's the goal. And how do you know the incident is over? Well, there's a couple examples in the book that I won't go through, but the short answer is you may not know when it's over. It may be years later that you're still having impacts from the incident. So what is an incident command system? It's a standardized incident management concept, and it allows the users of the concept to have to address some issues that they found to be problematic in emergency response. It was first developed in the 1970s after the California wildfires. There were millions and millions of dollars of property damage after those wildfires, and so they commissioned several studies to say, what could we have done better? And what they found was that the problem was not the availability or existence of resources. The problem was poor management. And not necessarily casting blame on anybody, but that incident management is hard, and communication is a really big problem. You need to have systems already in place for how you're going to plan the response before the incident ever happens. And you need to have common structure, so when you have to reach outside of your agency to other agencies, the other agency is speaking the same language as you. And so this incident command system is aimed at solving those problems. So it's aimed at safety, achieving tactical objectives, and efficiently using resources. So you'll notice, and you'll see this in the beginning of the emergency operations plan, that it's actually mandated that we use ICS. So Homeland Security Presidential Directive 5 and Presidential Policy Directive 8 mandate the use of these two documents, the National Response Framework and the National Incident Management System. I'll go over really briefly about what those are, just so when you hear the name next time, you know what we're talking about. But and most critically for the city is if an emergency happens and we handle it and then we're looking to FEMA for reimbursement, that's where the mandates come in. If you haven't used NIMS, and which is the National Incident Management System, and ICS, then you're not eligible for those reimbursements. Okay, so the National Response Framework, think of this as, this is the big picture. What this is the document that just lays out the doctrine of coordinated response. And that's really probably about all we need to say about this. This is the overarching doctrinal document. And the one thing that it emphasizes is this idea of partnerships at different levels of response, and you'll see here that their doctrine is local government response first. Why is it important? I'll ask a couple of questions just so I'm not doing all the talking, but why is it important, you think, for incident management to be handled at the local level first?
It's more knowledgeable.
Okay, more knowledgeable
About the area, the landscape,
right.
Everything that goes into.
Exactly. If you ask somebody in Washington, D.C. about Deer Creek Reservoir or our catch basin, they're not going to know anything about that. Okay.
Probably quicker to respond.
Right. They've got the boots on the ground. They're right there, and all of those things are important. And so, and they make the best decisions because of those things that you just talked about, the commanders do. So So that's all we're going to say about the National Response Framework. So if it's the doctrinal approach, the National Incident Management System, or NIMS, I'm wishing that I'm trying to get that right. NIMS is the template for the processes, for the procedures. And again, it's not, and this will come up later, but it's not an operational emergency plan. It's not dictating how your plan is. It's a process for creating your plan, essentially. And it applies to all types of incidents. So here's some things that it is. It's doctrine, it's concepts, principles, it's terminology and processes. It's not a resource allocation plan or an operational plan. Those are things that we have to come up with internally. I'll also point out that the main focus of our discussion today, the incident command system, is only one part of all of NIMS. NIMS also lays out guidelines for what cities and local entities should be doing to prepare, and what they should be doing about communication, what they should be doing to inventory the resources that are available to them, and reach mutual aid agreements with neighboring entities about the resources that they have in use. But it also lays out procedures for command, and so we're going to talk about the incident command system.
Right, and much of that is new since the 70s. Just ICS or the entire program?
The entire program, and it gets updated frequently. I think this slide shows a December 2008 date for the most recent update. But this entire concept, and a lot of it, in fact, the incident command system dates back to the 70s. A lot of NIMS really it kind of arose in the wake of 9/11. Not all of it was already in existence, but it's greatly expanded because it's run by Homeland Security, which didn't exist before that. Okay, so here's one of the things that we may be coming to with. Note that one of the things that government officials must do is adopt the official use of ICS. So there is currently in place an executive order from the previous mayor adopting ICS for use as Provo City, but it's also possible to adopt it by legislation. And in the wake of coming up with the updated emergency operations plan, there's been some discussion about bringing that to the council and actually having a resolution that formally adopts ICS. Just in our form of government to show the support of both branches of government for formally adopting that system. So, but that's down the road. But really quickly, just the other thing that you'll notice is that in addition to what I said about FEMA reimbursements, OSHA also requires the use of ICS in any incident that involves hazardous materials. It's mandated by law. So if you didn't use ICS in a hazmat situation, then you'd be subject to OSHA sanctions for violating that. Okay, so here's some examples of incidents. One I really just wanted to call some attention to is notice down here this other planned events, right? So I wanted to read something out of this guide that I thought was really good. It says, the greater Boston area conducts special events as, quote, planned disasters by employing ICS and integrating portions of the region's disaster plans into the event's operations plans. And they manage their first night of festivities, the Boston Marathon, and their 4th of July celebration that way. And I think you can see that with the Boston Marathon bombing, right? That it was clear if you watched some of that, the aftermath of that they had a lot of systems in place, right? And so that's one thing to consider. One thing for us to pay attention to is this idea that it's not just a responsive technique. It's procedures that can be used proactively too. So in each instance of any size, it allows personnel from different agencies to combine together. It avoids duplication of efforts, and these are the benefits of the system. So let's talk about what exactly it is. The first thing that I want to point out is that it has its own position titles and structures. And those are designed to avoid confusion so that any time a response comes up and first responders gather together and start implementing ICS, everybody's using the same terms. And so one of the things that means is that what you're your day job might be battalion chief in the fire department, but when you respond to an incident, you might be the operations branch chief, the operations branch director. So your title may be completely different for purposes of that incident.
Are these all city titles, or do they become volunteer titles at certain points, or are they all?
So they're not, kind of neither. And what I mean by that is ICS titles are mandated by NIMS, by this federal program, and the structure, which we'll talk about in a minute, is laid out in that. And so, and our fire people and our police people are very well trained in this, and they use this every day. I mean, if they get a house fire and they respond, they automatically implement ICS when they arrive. And so we'll talk about in a minute about what that means, but they show up at the house fire, and somebody there is the incident commander, and somebody there is, and they just automatically fill into these roles. And the roles that only apply during the incident. It's theoretically possible that you could have volunteers flowing into the structure, but usually having kind of an official ICS title requires ICS training. And the main principle behind ICS is the most qualified person should be doing the job, regardless of what their day job or day rank is. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of gives me a few more to ask down the road.
Okay. Okay. So common terminology. I've said that several times. One of the things that I guess this isn't on this page, but one of the things I saw in one of the other, here it is. Here's a good example. In January 13th, 1982, Air Florida Flight 90 crashed into the 14th Street Bridge in Washington, D.C. More than 70 people died because when police, fire, and EMS crews responded, they realized that none of them could talk to each other. The radios didn't work, and they didn't use the same codes for the same kinds of actions, and so there was no coordination. Now, in contrast, in 9/11, during the Pentagon attack, over 900 different users showed up from 50 different agencies, and they all spoke the same language, and the radios all worked together. And so that's the kind of thing that ICS is aiming to accomplish. Okay, so here's a couple of principles of command. One is chain of command, and we're familiar with this term, but chain of command means someone's in charge, and somebody below them reports to them, and they only get their orders from the person that they report to, and they have other people that report to them who only get their orders from them, and you have a line of authority for all of what command comes through. And this is critical to having an efficient response. Unity of command means that everybody has a commander. Everybody has someone that they report to. Okay. So the incident commander, this is the first position in ICS, the incident commander. So, and again, notice that this talks about, again, most qualified person at the scene, and it talks about higher ranking people showing up. So again, let's say we've got a fire, and the person that shows up is the ranking official in the firehouse. He's the incident commander. As soon as he gets on scene, he takes charge. But if the battalion chief then comes from headquarters and arrives, then he's going to do one of these three things. He's going to say, I'm now in charge, I'm the incident commander. Or he's going to appoint somebody else, or he's going to say, you know what, you got it, you stay in charge. Okay? But whoever that incident commander is, they're the one that leads this chain of command. Okay, here's a little bit about the incident commander's role. Notice this one here, they take policy direction from executives and from senior officials, but they establish the objectives and develop the plan. Okay, so we'll talk more a little bit later about the difference between policy and objectives. So, as opposed to the incident commander, then you have the role of executives and senior officials. And so this particular slideshow that I'm showing is the training for executives and senior officials. So it's for elected officials, city officials, county officials. That's what it was designed for. Now, because of our particular form of government, one thing that's important to recognize here is that the mayor, as the leader of the executive branch, is the executive that directs and is responsible for the chain of command. In other words, he's the one that would appoint the incident commander if that needed to happen. And he's the one that would define policy objectives during the middle of an incident for an incident commander. However, as the council, you still have a policy role in the city, but your policy role, just by virtue of, if nothing else, just by virtue of logistics, your policy role is more preemptive isn't the word I want to use, but more proactive, right? Your policy, your setting of policy happens before the incident ever occurs, right? You have an opportunity through the use of the budget, through the use of what you tell the administration about who they should hire and how much staffing they should have, about the amount of money that you provide for communication systems, for training, about ordinances that you pass regarding the operations plan, and defining emergency policy objectives or directives in those ordinances. You also play a key role in setting policy. So what's the difference between command and coordination? Command is the act of directing, ordering, or controlling by virtue of explicit or delegated authority. So this determining the objectives, ordering the people around that are doing things, defining what the operational period is, we'll define that later. And that's as opposed to coordinating, which is allowing different levels of government and disciplines to work together. And so the reason why these slides come up at this particular point is command lies with the incident commander. Coordination oftentimes lies with senior officials. Now there's also a coordination element among the command structure, but a lot of times it's going to be the executive officials that are going to reach out to the state. They're going to reach out to the county emergency committee and coordinate things like that. So that's so here's again kind of the same point I just made. Executives delegate authority to the incident commander. He then has command authority, but they retain some level of coordination responsibility. Again, this slide isn't particularly relevant to you, but it talks about just this general legal principle of delegation of authority. It talks about how the mayor, for instance, would delegate authority, and then how the incident commander would delegate authority. So one thing that we don't see very often in the exercises that we see in the city, but that we saw all the time in military exercises, is when the operational period of an incident lasts more than 12 hours, you have to have, all your positions have to turn over, because you just can't have the same people be in charge for 18 hours at a time and have any kind of functionality. So, at 8 hours or at 12 hours, then the incident commander is going to hand off authority to others, and there will be a transfer of command and a delegation of authority. So, here's kind of a summary of the roles. We talked about that part enough. Any questions about that part? Okay, so let's talk briefly about the rest of the structure of the incident command. And part of the reason why, again, this is relevant and I hope helpful. If you go to the exercise here on the 16th, what you're going to see in place at the Emergency Operations Center is this command structure. And what I'm hoping is that it'll make more sense when you're familiar with this command structure, because it's chaos if you don't know who is doing what. So an incident commander, he is the commander. He also has a command staff, or can have a command staff. And those would include these three officers: a public information officer, and a liaison officer who interacts with other agencies, and a safety officer. As the incident grows inside, now I think if it's a small incident, like for instance we talked about the house fire, you may get that this is the only person that there ever even is, right? It's just the incident commander. The incident commander's there, he's on scene, he tells people what to do, and it's over. But as it grows bigger and the incident commander needs help, then ICS says that he can set up any of these sections that he needs. And I've got a slide in a couple minutes that says what they all are, so I'm going to go through that right now. So then you can have an incident management team, and so this is another acronym, an IMT, and the only reason why I even throw this up why it's relevant is because in a big incident, you might end up having other agencies send you IMTs, incident management teams. So for instance, if we've got an incident that completely devastates the city, rather than us actually even being in charge, it's possible for the state to send down an IMT that's fully trained to come be in charge and to handle these functions. So, okay, so here's what they do. Incident commander commands, obviously. The operations section, it directs the resources. So again, one of the key words in incident command structure is resources. And a resource is anything that can be used. It's a truck, it's a shovel, it's a person. Anything that can be used to help with the incident is a resource. So the operations section determines what to do with the resources. The planning section develops a plan, which can be either written or verbal, and figures out what resources are going to be needed to accomplish that plan. And then logistics provides the resources. So the logistics section is in charge of finding the resources. So if we have, Novell is burning down and all of our trucks are there and we don't have enough, a logistics section chief would be on the phone with Springville and Orem saying, what kind of trucks do you have available and what do we need to do to get them? And so they obtain the resources. And they support all the other stuff. The finance admin section is the one that is probably least critical and easiest to forget during the incident and the most critical afterwards, because they're the ones that make sure you actually get your reimbursement. and sometimes they get forgotten, and then you get in trouble because you haven't. And I guess the one comment I would make is they need to be not forgotten during the incident if we're talking like a long, multi-day, week-long incident, because they know the rules that these people need to be following so that you actually can get the reimbursement. And if they don't get called up until afterwards, sometimes it's too late. So, okay. So that's who does what in ICS. The important concept about it is that it's based on the size and complexity. So you don't have to have all of these sections. And so I think there's, and then each element has to have somebody in charge. So here's an example. I'll just run through really quickly just to show you how it might work. So you've got a 7-year-old that's missing. An incident commander response. This might be a police captain or something like that. So notice that none of those sections that we talked about exist, because right now he's handling all of those. He or she is handling all of those functions by himself. The police captain is the incident commander, and he's directing logistics, planning, resource, and operations all at the same time. So, but then, it's now later, a whole bunch of volunteers have shown up, a whole bunch of search and rescue people have showed up. You need someone to be in charge of the staging area where they're lining up. You need to be somebody's in charge of the EMS response, somebody's leading the searchers, someone's leading the investigation into how the child went missing. And so now the incident commander sets up an operations section. He appoints an operations section chief that reports directly to him, but is in charge of all of these things. Okay. And then you get a few hundred volunteers out there, and it looks like you're going to be searching through the night, maybe even the next day, and you need people to keep track of where you've searched and where you haven't, and what areas ought to be searched first, etc. So now you set up a planning section and a logistics section too. Right? So that's how ICS works. It's entirely up to the incident commander to just set up the resources that are needed.
Brian, may I ask?
Yeah.
I know finance and admin section.
Well, yeah. Again, I'm trying to see what is it saying here. It's the point that I just made right here. So the book says, noted that in this incident, the finance and administration functions were not needed. Sections are only established if needed. Now, that's probably true if they've practiced this enough times that, if they've practiced this enough times that these people right here know what they're supposed to do to document volunteers. And this is one of the key areas that worries me the most, and we talk a lot about this emergency management issue, is we live in a community that has a high degree of volunteerism, right? So as soon as we have a major catastrophe, we're going to have people coming out of the woodwork to volunteer to help, right? And a lot of them probably, it's entirely possible many of them want recognition for what they're doing. And if you ask them to sign a sign-in sheet or to document the hours or the equipment that they brought with them, they may not want to do that. Here's the problem with that. FEMA only reimburses a set maximum percentage of your total costs. So the only way for the jurisdiction to actually come close to being made whole is if you can fully document all of your costs. But if the only thing you can document is what the city actually spends, then you're only going to get 50% of that back. But if you can document everything the city spends, plus all of the volunteer hours, plus all of the volunteer equipment, and you get 50% of that, you might get back nearly as much money as the city actually spent. Does that make sense? So tracking the volunteers is extremely important, and one of the things that the finance and admin people do, and one thing that, at least in my experience in the exercise I participated in, these people forget to do. And so, but I think it's, again, to your point, it's probably okay if you've got procedures and policies in place so that these people have checklists telling them what to do before the incident starts.
I asked only because I remember presentations in previous meetings from Greg Beckstrom, Dave Decker, and there may have been others. It didn't invoke FEMA so much as neighboring municipalities who expect to be reimbursed.
Right, and if you have mutual aid agreements already in place, then maybe you're okay. But if you're negotiating cost of services and cost of aid during the incident, then you definitely need a finance and admin section to do that. Okay, so the overall principle that teaches us is that the greater the complexity or the more resources you need, the bigger the structure is going to be, and vice versa. Okay. Let me skip over that one. Let's see. ICS is managed by objectives. The objectives need to be communicated. I think that goes without saying. These are the principal priorities that are included in NIMS. There's an acronym for this too, which is LIP: Life, Safety, Incident Stabilization, Property and Environmental Conservation. So, and you'll notice here that incident commanders have all three of these priorities, and they're not necessarily always in this order. So, for instance, if a building collapses, you may very well need to do incident stabilization before you can do life safety, because you've got to make the scene safe for the responders before they can start doing the rest of their job. Okay, so incident action plan is something that is required. If it's a very small incident, that might be 2 sentences that are spoken to the people that are on your crew. If it's something longer, it might, or if it involves hazardous materials, you might have a written plan. There's forms for all of that. So, resource management. Again, this is one of the things that is really helpful if it's done beforehand, categorizing what resources you have available. But then it also involves ordering resources, dispatching them, tracking them, recovering them back. So these are things that the logistics section does.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we already have a written plan for hazardous waste somewhere? I'm assuming the city probably already has a written plan.
That's a good question. Corey, do you want to answer?
I don't.
I think so.
You get the same answer I gave you.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know off the top of my head. That's probably a question for Chris. I assume that we probably do, but I don't know that.
I know with like OSHA standards, you have to have written plans for taking care of certain, toxic substances or whatever. So
who was there? Who was in charge of that? There was somebody that was assigned that specific task. Okay.
That was probably
Yeah, I can email Chris if you want to know.
it'd just be nice to know that that's already,
It's been taken.
because in the event of a hazardous waste issue, I don't see anyone going and writing up a
Right.
plan, I mean, it's something that, we had a binder at the hospital with different, so I'm assuming it's somewhere, but it'd just be good to know.
Well, it's funny, because you see these take place in real time, and a lot of what happens is, if you've got an emergency operations center that's actually staffed with all of the FEMA forms, they'll pull this sheet of paper off that's labeled incident action plan, and they'll put 3 bullet points on it, and that's your plan. That's your written plan until you have time to
To flush it out.
to flush it out. So communications are vital, and one of the things, it'd be interesting, again, for you to see this in live action at the Emergency Operations Center. Corey's seen this and knows what I'm talking about, but communications is probably the number one, in my experience, hardest issue in managing any kind of incident. You get 20 people in a room between these different section chiefs and all of their group directors, and you get information flowing in from 911 calls and from first responders and from Twitter posts around the city, and managing that flow of information so that everybody in the room actually knows what's going on. That is, in many ways, I think, the single hardest part of managing these. And it's like playing a game of telephone, to the 10th degree, where you're hearing something on this side of the room, and you walk across the room to find out if it's true, and it's a completely, and you hear something completely different. So communications is very critical. And something that actually, when we get together, we spend a lot of time practicing is the communications part. So we talked about interoperability already. Here's another interesting point about our volunteer-oriented community, right? Personnel equipment should not be dispatched unless requested by the on-scene commander. There was another example in here that, let's see, let me turn the page to that. During the 9/11 response at the World Trade Center, they had so many private and volunteer ambulance units that just dispatched themselves to respond that they clogged the streets, and the official first responders couldn't get there. And so that's one of the reasons why the incident commander needs to be in charge and needs to request the resources. There's actually several more slides, but I'm going to get a lot faster at this point, because much of this is just so you know a few terms and not really, I think, particularly relevant. So unified command is a term that you might hear. And that happens when you've got multiple agencies, and for operational reasons it becomes more useful to appoint heads of multiple agencies as commanders all at the same time. So this gives an example of same city, but you've got the fire chief, the police chief, and the search and rescue guy, all representing one command level together that they make the decisions jointly. And so that's one system that sometimes is used to coordinate multiple agencies. Another way that's probably a little bit, here it gives you an example about cross-county incident. This one's, in my view, a little bit more helpful than having unified command, because even in unified command you get into questions of, well, what if two of the commanders don't agree about what the decision should be? So this one, you have multiple incident commanders and then one area commander that's over all the incidents. And this could be used where you've got a fire on this side of town and a fire on this side of town and a fire out at the mouth of the canyon, or it could be used when you've got just an earthquake that's affecting the entire city, and so you've got different incident commanders assigned to different components of that. Let's talk about the functions of primary command. So here's one of the terms that we've used a lot today, the Emergency Operations Center. And so in a big incident, so like I said, at a house fire, your incident commander might actually be on scene. Typically, when you get to a really big incident, the incident commander actually isn't on scene. You've got an emergency operations center, and we've got one downstairs in the police department. We've got an alternate location over at the rec center, And the incident commander is present there at the Emergency Operations Center, along with all the command staff and the general staff. And they're receiving information from the resources in the field and directing the actions of the resources in the field. But being at the Emergency Operations Center allows them to have a big picture, so that they can do that more effectively than if they're actually on site. Just again, a couple other terms. Another acronym is, I don't know how they, it's interesting that they get this, well, I guess they just titled the slide on, because the acronym is actually Multi-Agency Coordination System, or MACS, but they've switched the S and the C on this slide. But, that is just the idea, it's just the doctrine of having multiple agencies, in this case on this slide, our ops center, and in between there might be a county ops center, and then you've got a state ops center. So MACS is just the concept of having them coordinate their response together. And it's as this says, it's a system, not a facility. So MACS could involve all of these things and all of these resources that are spread out all over the place. So one of the things I think is important for the council is this idea of managing public information. So you notice that back when we first talked about the command staff, that one of the command staff positions is the public information officer. And one of the things, and I think we've talked about this before, but one of the things that we talked about when we came back from Emmitsburg was, well, it's all well and good for the public information officer that is handling information within the administrative branch, within the executive branch, and to the citizens. But how do we get information to the council? And so that's why, and you'll see in the emergency operations plan, there's actually an official bullet point in the plan for one of the emergency operations center personnel to be the executive director, in order for them to receive information from and communicate to the council. So one of the other terms that we'll hear is something called a JIC, or a Joint Information Center. And that's something where when you've got multiple agencies that are coordinating on something, then the PIOs from all of those agencies will work through this Joint Information Center to coordinate their response, so you don't have one agency saying one thing and another agency saying something else. Hence, this concept of speaking with one voice. And so, in addition to the JIC, or the Joint Information Center, you also have a JIS, a Joint Information System, which is, this isn't a place, this is a process or a protocol for how you're going to release information. And it becomes important because, again, senior officials need to coordinate their message. And they showed us at Emmitsburg, I don't know if the mayor wants to tell you how he felt when this was happening to the mayor of San Francisco, but they showed a video of the mayor of San Francisco showing up on site after the Loma Prieta earthquake and trying to respond to questions from homeowners that couldn't get back into their houses, even though they could see them a block away. They weren't damaged, but they were in forced evacuation, and they didn't have any resources, and they didn't have clothes, and they didn't have food. And their house was just down the street, and it didn't go very well for the mayor.
No, and that's when you say, here's the city council members.
Okay, very good. So, speeding through the last, again, coordination is very important. And then, kind of the last point here on this is something that should always happen after every incident is an after-action report. It's critical to, and after actually every exercise. This is actually my mind, again, the best thing you can do for preparedness or for training is to do an exercise and then do an after-action report on the exercise. Because typically what you'll find, especially if a lot of the people it's their first exercise, is that it's a complete disaster. Right? That the communication is so hard that you'll find out afterwards that nobody knew what was going on. Right? And so, which is why it's such a big blessing that Provo officials got to go to this week-long training, and that we have fire and police personnel that are so well trained already. So they know how to do a lot of this stuff and can guide us guide the rest of us through it. So after-action reviews are really important. Finally, this slide presentation just talks about preparedness. Some things you need to know as executives, as policymakers. Do our plans comply with NIMS? Does it cover all hazards, or are there different hazards that we need to think about that haven't been? And so as you look at this emergency operations plan, in section, let's see, section 2B is a list of assumptions, and so those assumptions include, 2A, there's a list of potential hazards: chemical weapons, debris flow, earthquake, flood, hazardous material incident at a given site, hazardous incident material that's been transported, infectious disease, natural gas, severe weather. So we've gone through and put all of those things in here, including a specific, probably 15-page template that is specifically targeted at pandemic response. So those are the kind of things you need to think of. Are the delegations of authority included? So one of the things you'll see in here is the mayor's emergency interim successors as required by state code. And I don't think they're actually in this one, but Chris has forms that we've already prepared for how the mayor or the police chief or the fire chief could order an evacuation of a critical area, or declare a formal state of emergency, or delegate authority to an incident commander. So, again, resource management is the key. And so one of the questions is, do you have systems for inventorying and categorizing resources, for tracking and policies in place for how we're going to do reimbursement? Do you have mutual aid and assistance agreements? And I'll say, we have a lot of these things. We have many of these things. I can't say either from personal knowledge or even expecting that they're probably all perfect. But again, part of this was to expose you to what the questions might be, so that if in a future time we're having a budget presentation or a discussion where Chris is here talking about what he needs or what we're trying to do, that you understand the background for these questions. Here's some communications. Again, is a critical component. Mutual aid, budgeting, right? Do we have a budget for our emergency communications? Do we have people that are trained? Can we verify that they're trained? When was the last time that we had an exercise? Those are the key kind of big picture policy considerations that go behind the scenes. And then here are some links for some further training. And you can go on, like I said, this course, with the summary of the course that I gave you, is called ICS 402, which is the overview. But there's, ICS 100, 200, 300, 700, 800. If you really want to do the other 17 hours that I talked about, then you can go to the NIMS website and find those other trainings. So again, leadership is different than command, right? We've talked about the command structure, which that's how incidents are handled, but leadership is what comes beforehand. Motivating and supporting the responders, instilling confidence in the public that the incident is being managed effectively, so that there's not panic. So those are, and that's the end of that slideshow. And again, I'm not going to go through this in any detail as well as presenting to you what it says, but I did provide this to Matt earlier. This is a near final draft, but there might be a few changes to it that are still made, but we'll get to you this updated emergency operations plan. And hopefully, what I'm hoping is that in the context of what we've just talked about, that when you go through this, it'll actually make sense. And when you see references to an operations section chief or a planning section chief or a JIC, that it'll make sense and you'll know why that's in there. So
Do we have that before the 16th or after?
Yeah, this is what I think Matt can give it to you probably by the end of the day. This is ready to be distributed to you, so you have it.
Twice may have done it, not just.
Yeah, we're already uploaded. I just sent it out this morning to the staff to upload for you, so you'll have it. Any questions?
Sorry, I missed part of that. It was very helpful. I know you talked about the EOC. Did you talk about our specific EOC?
So I mentioned that we've got one downstairs in the police department, and we've got one over at the rec center. But I'm not probably up on the most recent updates to that.
So it wouldn't surprise you probably to know that we're nervous about our EOC being in this building.
It'll be the first thing to fall.
It'll be the first thing to fall. So we've closed up on the recreation center, and they've been very gracious to give us a temporary EOC over there. Also in the energy rebuild, their boardroom that will be able to operate as an EOC as well, which seems really important to me to have actually two locations where we could go in buildings that would sustain reasonable earthquakes. And so as the energy campus is built, we may or may not be our primary one on the side, but it's being built with the capacity to serve as that EOC. And if eventually there's a new public safety building in the city center, then we'd have that option as well. We're trying to operate with several different possibilities. We were in Evansville, I don't know if you told about the EOC that we visited with Chief King's old EOC. And it was amazing and set up specifically as a dedicated room for the EOC. And people had assigned seats and wherever they were supposed to be. That would be a nice luxury to have.
IOC, not the dispatch area there? Where is it?
It's the training room in the back corner of the police department.
Okay, I know what that is. Okay.
It's not equipped with anything special. It's really not a really big deal. It's very pricey. I think we're already better off with the rest downstairs.
I thought the energy building had an EOC. Is that not what that is? But they had all the cameras and they had sort of a little mini command station. Is that just for energy, or if in the event of an outage, or
about where the dispatchers for energy are?
In the actual energy building?
Right.
Yeah, they have their. That's just their kind of command center. Okay.
If we had an emergency today, we'd go to the recreation center.
Some of what you presented was reminiscent of the process that Chief King described for the recent incident on the west side. And nowhere in the presentation did I see any mention of the threshold rule. That is to say, what's the threshold for declaring an incident, for example? And I wondered if that was treated as an incident.
I'm sure it was. In fact, there's no requirement that an incident formally be declared. Under state law, if we go to the level where it's actually an emergency, and the mayor wants to invoke evacuation powers, then you have to actually declare an emergency, and the state can do the same. But an incident, like I said, technically, a branch going off a tree under a power line that the power department comes out and takes care of in 15 minutes, that's an incident. And the incident commander is the ranking lineman that shows up to take care of it. So, and that's why ICS, and that's why I say it applies to everything. It applies from the cat in the tree to the catastrophic earthquake that destroys half the city. It's just a question of how big and how complex the incident is. And that's why it's so important for, again, particularly for our police and fire to be so trained in it. So they just, for them, it's second nature that they show up and they consider everything they respond to be an incident, and whoever's in charge when they get there is the incident commander.
May I add to that? The first thing I'll do if I pull up a fire or something is I'll ask for the incident commander. And if you find yourself in that same situation that want information, ask for the incident commander. They'll know exactly who you're talking about, and he or she may be engaged at the moment, and so you try not to disturb them if they are. But there's a couple things I've learned about emergencies, and that is they will very predictably show up sometime on Friday when you don't have a full staff and people are dispersed. And there have been a couple of times when I wished, in hindsight, that we would have called the EOC together, almost as a practice, because it wasn't a critical emergency, but our floods on Grandview. we did, and in hindsight, I wish we would have put that team together because it would have been good practice. And our response, the response was good from a public works standpoint, but nobody else in the city was engaged. PIO and things like that.
Thank you.
Happened on a Friday.
And it happened on Friday, and I was out of country.
And that's one of the incidents that prompted the question of how do I best insert myself, which is largely an administrative affair, for the benefit of the council's information. And so we've got a positive dialogue about that. And what is at least administrative decision at this point, having embedded as a branch of PIO. Specific to that instance, I remember Kay calling me and, hey, what's going on and what's happening? I'm calling Wayne Parker and, well, I don't know, I haven't heard anything yet. And, and so this will, if this fleshed out, will greatly help those issues.
So does the information officer change? Is it always Corey, or is it someone, just depending on the incident, that information officer could be chief of police, or it could be anybody?
Or the police.
So you don't really know who the point of information is going to.
Well, I was going to say, that's one of the reasons it's good to know these titles. If you roll up on a scene and say, well, who's the PIO? They'll know exactly who appoints you to.
Yeah.
And they'll know what their role is, or who's the incident commander. And Corey could be out of the country, he could be out of the state. So the system is really good from that standpoint. It's not built on any single person's expertise.
So we were talking about it, we plan to make sure everything's in place. If it happened like this week, how would it go down here in Provo? A big nature catastrophe.
Probably the exactly opposite of how we drew it up.
So that's why we're focusing.
Yeah, and so I think the beauty is that you have all of these different procedures, and that they're extremely flexible. So I think a really good example of floods that we had up there on Grandview, and who would need to be involved in that, and it might be that Mr. Miller isn't even contacted because the floods are over in Grandview.
So that's like a mini warm-up exercise.
Yeah, and I think the reality of it is that's probably what we're going to experience is the mini things, a really bad snowstorm, a flood in a particular part of the city. We may have the catastrophic thing, but it's far more likely that we're going to be experiencing one of those little mini crises.
Yeah, I would say, we have the plans in place. We've got a great emergency management coordinator who is working really hard on preparedness and having these kinds of things in place. But I think to Mayor's point, there's a saying in the military that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, right? And emergency management is the exact same, right? I mean, you can have the greatest plan in place in the world, and then the one person that one of the key personnel that you built your plan around is buried under their house, or the road is damaged between here and there, and they can't get here, or they've got a family member that's critically injured, so they don't show up. And so, but that's the reason why training and practice are so important, so that you can, and why this system is so good, because it's, as the mayor indicated, it's so flexible.
Back in the late 70s, Payson had a reservoir burst. It was up the canyon, came all the way down the floodplain, down through the dam. The thing is, it was far enough away, they knew it was coming, they knew it had burst, and it's like, what do we do, kind of thing, and the after effect was bigger than the initial bursting of the reservoir, and then all of the mud, it came clear down into the center of town, east and west on the avenue, and so I think this is vitally important, because if Deer Creek was the big impact, where would Provo be if it burst?
Something gives me a great deal of comfort that Brian's discussed is that our police and fire are trained on this, and it is their second nature. And Tabernacle Fire is a really good example where they just went into that, and they didn't need me there. They didn't need anybody there, they know exactly what to do. And it's every scene they roll up on, they go into this. It just depends on how big it grows. And it gives me a great deal of comfort knowing that they're prepared.
I've been involved with a little bit of emergency preparedness in, religious congregations and different types of things. And we found ourselves at one point starting to conflict with city management, the way it should be done, at least maybe creating something that wasn't going to fit in very well. How can we best educate our public? Can we do it through neighborhood programs, or to actually say this is what we need to do, this is the order that we have, so that we're not creating? We probably have the most prepared citizenry anywhere for an incident, and we all think we know what we're doing.
I don't know what I can answer other than that's something we talked about in Pittsburgh quite a bit, and it's something that I think we're aware that we need to work on. I'm not sure that I was involved in any conversations where we made any specific plans about how to work on it.
I think it's a great blessing that we have that. And if you look at the core things that this group would be dealing with, where the religious congregations would kick in are more on the fringes. So we have a flood in the city, and immediately the city is doing things to stop the immediate threat. And it's the next day, I think, or that night when people don't have places to stay, or we would be able to access that amazing volunteer network that we have in the city.
Do we,
Is there still a plan where people congregate? We used to say, all right, everybody meet at I remember we went up to Timpview High School one year, and when you were supposed to go to the Marriott Center. And is that part of a city plan in an emergency situation where certain neighborhoods have congregating areas that they're supposed to go to? Or is that left up to neighborhoods?
So I don't know if the fringe is the right word, but I would put that on the fringe of the activity. The city is going to be working on stopping the threat.
Okay.
And does that make sense in loss of life? And that's where it's comforting to know that there's an agency out there worried about Gary hooking up with his daughter. So from the city's perspective, that's not going to be high on our worry list. Does that make sense? And I think that's what we're really blessed, that we have an overlying volunteer organization that's thought those things out ahead.
do we have a way to reach out to that volunteer organization or groups if we need to? So like, for instance, Amber Alert, if a child's missing, I get a text on my phone. I mean, do we have that capability where if the city needs volunteers and we need them here and here and here, where we could send out that type of a text to our citizens, and do we have access to that? Do we have, is that a state?
That's where I think you're going to find yourself in, and this is what the EOC is going to be dealing with, is do we have cell phones? Do we have what's working? Or we have a hand radio operator right there at our EOC in Emmitsburg, and what level of, are we pigeons and notes, or are our cell phones working? If cell phones are working, we've got a real natural way to communicate with people, but we may not have that.
I think we have neighborhoods and congregations that have, are they ham radios or whatever they are. I mean, there are a certain number, I think, in almost every neighborhood too. I mean, can we access
Chris
those?
knows who those are, and he coordinates with them and meets with them, and that, absolutely.
Okay.
Anything else to note that you have a comment?
I just wanted to let you know that we're working with the City of Orem at the Daily Herald, and we invite you to invite us to come and practice your PIOs and to be crazy journalists on Shakeout Day and get in your way, or do whatever journalists are going to do. That's something that Orem kind of wanted to, they haven't learned how to work with journalists, so we can get some of us, or maybe some crazy BYU journalists that want to come and practice, and we're just extending that invitation.
Thank you.
Can I answer Kim's question about the hazardous waste? So apparently we have 5 members of our Provo Fire Department that are trained and that coordinate specifically with the county, with the National Guard, on how to deal with hazardous waste and hazardous material.
And so those plans are already written down. They just go to their binder or whatever.
Right,
And this is how we do
they
this.
know the
Okay, that
checklists
makes
and
sense.
stuff.
I've had a couple of those.
Sure.
Very good. I hope that was helpful. And if not, it was Matt's fault.
We appreciate that. We look forward to the exercise on the 16th to whatever extent people are available to participate in that. Next, we'll turn to item 7, which is a discussion regarding the proposed moratorium on occupancy limitations within certain zones. Councilmember Almore has agreed to lead off on this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have requested a place on today's agenda so as to make a brief report to the full council about an issue that has involved me for the past 2 months. I received an extensive email from a resident in my district who was calling to my attention the plight of certain individuals she was acquainted with. It was not her personal plight, but it was the plight of others whom she knew well, wanted to alert me to their plight, and at the same time to suggest a possible resolution. It was a very thoughtful framing of the issue. The writer is a law student, so perhaps that wasn't so surprising. It turns out that the population in the Pioneer development, which is found in the area where the Pioneer Drive-In Theater was at one time, as well as a chain of developments along Slate Canyon Drive and to the east of Slate Canyon Drive, have increasingly attracted a demographic segment that often goes little noticed in the city. And living there allows me acquaintance with the fact that there is a sizable population of these individuals, and it's growing. It turns out that part of Provo has become a kind of destination, if that's the right word, for these folks. They are single professionals, meaning that they have graduated from college and often have post-baccalaureate degrees. They're employed full-time, and they wish to live together in arrangements that go beyond 2 or 3 residents under the same roof. This is just a preference that exists within that demographic segment. Of course, not universally, but substantially. My response to the email was to ask for more data, help me understand the plight more specifically. And this won't surprise you. It is in many ways a reflection of the effectiveness of the zoning enforcement team. Once a complaint is lodged, then there is a process that is instigated, and they have, in the years since Kerry Wall's appointment, become not just more responsive, but I think increasingly effective. And that's very much to be praised. What it means is that some of the individuals whom I referred to find themselves receiving letters indicating that you're not in compliance, and by this date it will be essential for you to have left. There is an appeal process that may result in an extension, say for a month, but there is a date final at which they will be evicted if they have not prior before that. The writer of the email and subsequent emails providing me with further information that I have requested made 2 things very clear. These individuals would like to remain in the arrangements they have at the present time, which have for them personally been felicitous, and for the most part they have endeavored to be good neighbors. And this is speculative, but it may be possible it may be reasonable to say that in most cases they are. And no doubt there have been infractions, perhaps dealing with parking or noise or otherwise, that prompted complaints and prompted these notices, these official notices. What the email writer was asking me to do as a member of the municipal council was, first of all, to consider the shift in demographics and the real possibility that the original zoning ordinance for that part of the city, but that includes these specific developments, may not have anticipated this particular demographic segment, nor their preferences. And then asked whether there was some way in which to allow a suspension of the zoning enforcement long enough for the issue to be studied. And my response to that recommendation on the email writer's part was to say, well, wait a minute. These developments fall in the Provost and Provost South neighborhoods. There's a third neighborhood, namely the Spring Creek neighborhood. And the three of those neighborhoods, those three neighborhoods are currently engaged in the master planning process. So it probably won't be more than a few more months before each of them will have a master plan be considered by the council for adoption. I have strongly encouraged the writer of the email and others who fall within this demographic segment to become actively involved in the master planning process in those two neighborhoods, to be active advocates for a change in zoning that would accommodate that particular demographic segment. And they have been, they responded to that and are actively involved in that process. This culminated in a visit to Gary McGinn. I had advised Gary and Kim and Matt and Brian of my intent to do so, and I had consulted with the neighborhood chairs as well. And what I presented to Gary was just very much what I presented to you, and asked if he would consider it. I had used the term moratorium, and he asked that not be used, that he would prefer to use the term extension or stay. And the upshot of that meeting was his decision to provide a stay until such time as the master plans have come to final form and have come to the council for adoption in that form or in a revised form. And if provision is not made in a revised zone or zoning regulations, then the individuals concerned, those who would fall into this demographic category, are prepared to move. That is my review.
Thank you. So you said several months that these two neighborhood plans are being reviewed currently, and we're looking at maybe 4 months.
They're being developed, actually. Okay, will be presented for our review as a council.
And so the stay or moratorium is in place?
Yes, it is. That was his decision.
Okay. And Gary?
Yeah, I have some questions. Just we usually get these things on a complaint basis. And what is the complaint? What are we complaining about? And is this?
I didn't ask and I wasn't told.
To me, that's an important part, because if it's actually in the zone, if it's parking, I'm not sure that
I assume Mr. McGinn was in possession of that information.
What is that, Gil? How are we? Why are they complaining? And is it even if the complaint can't be addressed through zoning? Why are we even looking at it?
Well, the complaints that come in, often people don't tell us their motivation for the complaint. This specific ordinance that's being violated is an occupancy
ordinance. The occupancy requirement is 3 singles or a family. And under our code, 3 singles is a family. And a family, when you say family occupancy, most people think of it in the context of traditional mom and dad and kids that live with them. But our ordinance also says that 3 unrelated individuals who live together is a family. And so the complaint came in that in a few of these dwellings, that there were actually more than 3 living there, that there were 4. I don't know if there were allegations of more. What caused somebody to tell us that and complain, I don't know. Typically, though, complaints usually come because of some external factor that's impinging on other people, whether it's noise or parking or something like that. That's how they usually arise. So what we do is we go out and we investigate. If we find out, yeah, we think there's a violation here, we did, then we think it's appropriate to go in similarly situated properties to see if there are further violations. And we found more in these areas, and so we began enforcement. So what we have done is we go and we do enforcement, and typically, as with code enforcement, often people come in and say, okay, well, what can I do? And we say, well, you need to, it's in violation of the law, you need to compliance with the law. Or you can try and get the code changed. That's an option sometimes people have, and it's happened where people have come in and said, you know, I think I've got a really good case. In my circumstance, we don't think the zoning laws really make sense, so we're going to make an application to go through that process. And while they're going through that process, we have state enforcement. In other words, it's still there. We still have the active cases. We're going there. But if we had, for instance, somebody has an illegal apartment in their home, and to come into compliance, they need to go in and spend several thousands of dollars to take out a kitchen or something like that. And if they made an application to go through the process, we would hate to have them do that and change their position, just to ultimately get it up to the council, and the council decides, yes, let's change the law in your favor. In this circumstance, this doesn't make sense. We've also in the past, in circumstances something like this, where there's been a larger issue, where someone has been in violation of the code ordinance as it exists today. We have, if a council member has been willing to bring forth that issue to have a discussion at the council level to see if there's interest in going through a process, which would ultimately go to planning commission and back to you for a change in law. Because what is happening right now is in violation of our codes. It just absolutely is. There's no getting around that. So for somebody to do what they need to do, they in some fashion would have to have the code change. And so Mr. Miller has brought this forward, and so what we're really looking for is from the council, is this something that you're interested in going through the neighborhood process? And Bill, do you remember where we are in these? I was going to look at that on the neighborhood plans for.
Yeah, I think that we'll have a draft before you in 3-4 months.
Okay. Okay, and I was going to double check that before I came up here. You didn't. So thank you. So our process would be anywhere from 3 or 4 months. We anticipate being at planning commission and back to the council. And so this is really looking for some direction from the council. For us, if this issue is something that the council feels comfortable with, let's see what this neighborhood planning process results in. Or if the answer is no, we can't anticipate changing this rule at all, then we will contact people and continue on with enforcement.
So that rule being the definition of a family being no more than 3 singles.
Yes, and exactly what they would do with that, whether it's, the issue is it's family occupancy right now. And they have more than a family by having a fourth single in there in some circumstances.
So that would institute a zone change. We'd have to change the zoning for that.
Well, probably not it could be a zone change, or it could be a text amendment. And we don't know necessarily the most efficient way to go about it.
A text amendment saying that you can do it in a certain area, that this zone is for this, but in this area, we will allow this.
Yes, something like that. That could happen.
Okay.
That way.
I don't know, Mr. Miller, Ms. Runyon. It seems to me that it's particular to, you mentioned some very specific geographical areas. And what is it about those areas that, is it the structure, the design of the housing itself?
It is. And again, these individuals explicitly are not students. They're young professionals who wish to remain in the city, who wish to make their young professional life here, and they have found a kind of critical mass in these developments. I appreciated Mr. McGinn during my conversation with him saying community development is vitally interested in addressing the variety of demographic segments of our population in terms of housing, making housing available to them. So it seemed to me that this was something of a test case for this particular demographic segment that had approached me and with which I am quite familiar otherwise. I thought, well, why not? Let's let this be a kind of precedent for handling these matters, because there's this happy conjunction with the neighborhood planning process at the same time. Let the neighbors decide.
And I kind of go back, I understand that and I agree with that, but I go back to the concern of why the complaint originated in the first place. I've been through this person in my own neighborhood at one point where it was designated as a family area, and they were putting 6 batching singles into these apartment complexes where I lived, where it was actually I don't know what we call it now, it was just a multi-unit family complex. And the little kids would go all over, and the parking was insufficient. Is there something?
I can easily understand that in much of the city, this would be an objectionable, a highly objectionable arrangement. It's my considered opinion in the areas that we're talking about that is not the case because of the architectural design and the design of the arteries, streets and sidewalks within these areas. And so I'm asking that in the neighborhood planning process that just those specific regions of the neighborhood be considered.
And I can appreciate that.
And at the same time, I will add to the request from the member of the planning staff who's conducting or overseeing or instrumenting the planning process to make sure that those specific concerns that prompted this action are addressed. It seems to me that whatever accommodation might be included in a neighborhood plan that would revise the zoning ordinance for those specific developments should in fact address the complaints that were made initially.
And whether those complaints can actually be addressed. If there's no place for parking, there's no place for parking.
Correct.
And so I can understand that. And I am concerned about the person that complained, addressing their complaints immediately, because they bought these things or live in those things believing that these were the rules. And now we're changing it on them.
We're changing it on them only in the sense of the stay. Now, later we may change it on them.
And I understand that. That's not the way
we have a rationale for doing so.
Yes, and we have a rationale, but in the meantime, how are we supporting the people that actually, until we actually change it, are can we do something to address those concerns in the meantime until this day comes to pass, or?
I don't have a lot of data, and Gary may be able to give more insight than this. But my understanding from talking with Carrie is that while it is traditional that most of these are complaint generated, that this was Carrie's department in part, Gary, tell me if I'm wrong, acting on something where they knew there were a lot of violations and being proactive as a department. And there were a lot of sightings. My guess is that there were not complaints on all the sightings as much as.
That's correct, ma'am.
So if Carrie knew there was a problem, she's going to go address it because it was rampant. Rampant may not be fair, but
I think rampant with students involved, yes. And I'm asking you to segregate the student population from this other demographic segment.
And you think, and that's an interesting thought. How do you actually segregate professional versus a student?
After the leave,
Professional students are
planning.
And again, with enforcement, one of the first things that happens, if we get a complaint, we come in and we substantiate the complaint, almost no matter what it is. When we talk to somebody, they say, why are you picking on me? What about so-and-so over there that's doing this too? So, for instance, if there's, let's say, a complaint for garbage and junk and trash in an area on somebody's property, we look at it, and if we think it's a problem, there's a violation, what we like to do then is go around in the blocks surrounding it and make sure that everybody's keeping the same standard that's there. So many of these complaints, somebody will complain about one situation, but ultimately quite a few notices of violation may be issued because we've gone out and want to be proactive that if we're enforcing on one person and we think it's a violation of the code, then similarly situated people ought to be enforced on also. And then if there is a problem with that, or as things change over time in our ordinances, something that was really important to the city a few years ago wasn't quite as important now, or the demographics or a situation in a neighborhood changes, then we will occasionally stop the enforcement process. There's still violations there, and we're still in contact with them, but we won't make somebody move out if there is a desire to go in and explore this issue further.
A couple more comments, and then we need to move on to our budget committee. Dave, and then
just a couple of questions before I make my comments. Can you point to the area affected and describe the type of housing in the units that we're talking about and the type of housing that surrounds that thing? I mean, are we talking about single-family homes? Are we talking about condos? And
So this is the area of Pioneer Driving property. That's the vacant property on the left or west. That's the commercial SC2 zone that was the drive-in. The property to the back was also part of that. Those are townhouses there, traditional road townhomes, and some of those have this occupancy issue. And those are single-family detached homes to the east, very closely located together. Generally about 10 feet between units, between houses, and a lot of them are accessed off little private lanes. So those are the product types.
Is this a current map, or is this a current picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right.
And we have violations in those homes as well.
Mhm.
And then on Slate Canyon also, which has a similar, has in that area similar housing types like this, and attached single-family homes, row homes.
Did you have another comment?
The surrounding, I think it would be fair to say, what are contiguous neighborhoods that they're single family.
now, would you say they are owner occupied in that one young professional buys the home and then brings in?
That is probably true in about 30% of the cases.
The others are not owner occupied.
Not owner occupied. And as we have heard so many times, generally throughout the city, the owner at least represents that she or he was unaware of the zoning regulation, and certainly those who are lessees were not informed at the time of signing the lease.
I have been involved in lots of meetings to try and enforce zoning around campus, and I've actually lived this scenario. So I lived on Seven Peaks Boulevard when they put in the Arlington Townhomes and Belmont. And Arlington Townhomes are 4,000 square feet. They're enormous townhomes, and many people could live there if it weren't thankfully for the zoning. But 3 people were supposed to live there. They ended up buying up, one person bought up 6 of them and rented each out to 6 people. And then the problem just continued with more and more, occupants per unit. And what happened was the parking became very, very difficult. And people started parking up and down the streets because they didn't have enough parking within their complex. And now the parking has moved out to just blocks away, and the cars just line the streets blocks and blocks away. And I just got an email from a student, and I'll get to that in a minute, but the problem's still there, 20 years later. But so I took a drive last night about 9:20 to just kind of see what's the parking situation in this area, at night. And I drove these streets, and there was not a single spot on the street anywhere. Every spot was taken. Every parking spot. There were some driveways that were open, but I'm assuming they parked in their garage. And so there were spots where you couldn't park because there was a fire hydrant, but there were no parking at all in this area. And then I drove a little further out, and she got past the single-family homes, and there was some other high density along the way, and there's more high density to the south. Drove through that neighborhood down to Bicentennial Park. But the further east you get, there's a little more parking, but there are also single-family homes, and this road was lined with cars. And I was trying to imagine 1 more, 2 more, 3 more people per unit, and where do those people park, and where's the transit access, what's transportation access, and it looked like a parking nightmare to me, and that's what we experienced where I lived before. And so parking, I think, is a huge concern. No matter master plan or whatever you change, the parking remains. There's only a certain amount of on-street parking available, and in that area, it's all taken up already.
And this was designed for family occupancy. Mm-hmm. And so the parking was built to a standard that there are less than 3 parking spots per unit in this area.
Right. So I just got an email from a student in King Henry saying, hey, our landlords gave out more stickers than they have parking spots in the parking lot. And so if I'm home late, I'll drive around and around and around, and then I can't find a place to park, and I live here. And he said, I have friends who want to come and visit, and they drive around the neighborhood, 4 or 5 times and can't find a place, and so they just leave. They go back home. And so I wonder, how is that going to increase their social life? How is that going to increase what they're looking for if no one can come to visit, or if they can't even park there themselves, the people who live there? Because I see that being a problem. I also, I think in the master planning process, I think about other neighborhoods and sort of those unintended consequences with other neighborhoods, because if you pick out one neighborhood in the city with a certain demographic, first of all, how do you define that demographic, and who's going to, like you say, who's going to be the judge of whether they are or not a single professional? And how do we say they're okay, but nobody else in the city can do this? Because what we're going to get with these neighborhoods that I'm trying to help around the university is, well, you did this in the South Provost area, so why don't you do that for us? We want to live close to campus, we want to live right here, and there will be no shortage of singles and families that currently are out of compliance in this area. We'll have 2 families living to a home, and neither one is the owner occupant. And how do you, those families, you have no shortage of families, singles, you name it, to come and try to be part of this planning process, because that's what they want. They want to be able to not have to abide by the zoning code. And the owners want that because it's money. And I feel like that's what it comes down to. I don't know what their motivations are, but it seems like 99.9% of the time they want more occupants because it's more money. You know, it brings in more money for their place. And I keep thinking about quality of life, you know, quality of life for the people that are living there, singles, professionals that want those, that, you know, want to live there and they want to live within the zoning, and they want to be able to have friends come and visit them. And they want to be able to park, you know, and not have their driveway blocked off. And these are all issues that I'm hearing from these other neighborhoods. The other concern that I have too is that I think watching our zoning compliance people go through this process, how incredibly difficult it is to even find or prove that people are out of compliance, because there are so many ways they can kind of try to skirt it and try to get around it, and then you finally get them compliant and they move out, and then 6 months later they move back in and 2 families, or they move back in and 6 singles, and so trying to keep them compliant, I think, is a problem. And I just worry that I don't want to cut them off at the knees, you know, when they do have a system that's working and in some of these other areas and they're gaining compliance, because the quality of life does increase when the zoning is followed. I know in the Wasatch neighborhood, it's been an absolute transformation since they've been able to get their single-family overlay that they have there, and making sure that people who live there are owner-occupied, because it makes a huge difference in how the place is run when the owners are living there. It just does. It's so quality of life, I think, is incredibly important. So I just find this proposal, even if it were a stay to allow them to go through the master planning process, we're going to have that issue, because the Wasatch neighborhood, they have a plan in place, but they haven't gone through this planning process, and the Pleasant View neighborhood hasn't gone through, you know, the city's master plan. They have their plan. I feel like they both feel like they have their plan, but if in the event, you know, they do want to go through a process, I worry about setting this kind of precedent for their quality of life, for what they have there, and for the problems that I've expressed.
So, Councilmember Santer, you would be or you would not be in favor of allowing the master planning process to play itself out with this issue?
I would not. I don't see the master planning process fixing those problems. You can't add on-street parking to this development. You can't. I mean, if you're going to increase the occupancy, you know, where do they park? They'll park, like this kid, he said they'll try to park by 9th East, and he lives several blocks east of 9th East. I mean, there's certain things in a master planning process I don't think you can fix, and those are quality of life kind of issues, you know, as well, that I don't know would be fixed. And I worry about opening, I call it kind of a can of worms, and I worry about opening that up with some of these other neighborhoods, with being so sensitive to following the zoning, because the zoning is really helping their quality of life. And so I worry about making special exceptions for a certain group, because I feel like if it's good for them, it should be good for the city. It should be good for, you know, I don't know, I just worry about making special exceptions for any certain demographic as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly, I think the real question is, I think, will this issue be raised in the master planning process? That door's probably already opened, just by the nature of people who will attend that process and the questions they'll raise in that process. I think the more pertinent question comes back to the question that Mr. McGinn asked, and looking for direction for the council. This is an administrative stay at this point, and if the council's comfortable with that stay while this process goes forward, or if they're uncomfortable with the stay while the process goes forward. Is that more of the direction you're looking for?
Yes, as we do enforcement, we enforce the laws that are on the books as they exist. And occasionally, we understand things and dynamics may change more quickly than our laws do, and the ordinances can change and adapt, because there's a process. And so it's this balance that we try to strike between code enforcement of the laws as they exist. But if somebody has made an application, or a council member has or the council wants to sponsor some legislation that has a reasonable possibility of impacting and changing the law. We hate to make people move. We hate to make people rip out driveways and spend money to comply with a law today that has a reasonable chance of being changed in a month or a few months down the road. And so this is an issue, these types of issues come up occasionally, and we look to the council for direction of whether they think there's a reasonable chance, or we should give a process of a few months to go through to determine whether there's a reasonable chance of the law changing. So if the council were to give an indication, yes, we'd like to see the result of this process, we'll stay on enforcement till we have the plan and it comes back to the council and for adoption, and we'll specifically deal with these issues in that plan. Or if the council says, you know, we just don't see this issue in the plan really changing, then we would go forward with enforcement today, because there'd be no real reason to stay things.
Councilmember Sewell? As I understand it, this is solely an administrative decision, and we're just being asked for sort of our recommendation of how we think things might go. I'm uncomfortable even trying to make that recommendation based on a prediction of how we might vote on the zoning before we've gone through the process of public input in that. I don't have a strong feeling that this would necessarily change, but I wouldn't want to make a recommendation based on that. Personally, I'm very uncomfortable as a council member even being involved in a recommendation to not enforce laws that are on the books. My personal feeling is like Santiago was saying, zoning enforcement has been a real challenge in many areas of the city, and I worry about the precedent this would set. And my preference would be that laws that are on the books continue to be enforced, and if there is a problem in a zone that needs to be addressed, that we work to examine that as quickly as possible, but that we respect existing laws.
Other input, comments? Ms. Hales?
Our zone is multi-units now. We had a widower lived next door in an old Victorian house, and he finally died. It was all single widows and all single older people. Now Gretchen died, but right next door to us, as soon as he's died, found it, oh, it's a frat house, and they moved in 8 or 10 kids into his house, and then we dealt with the grief of what came in because they weren't following zoning rules, and then it took some time to finally clear it up, and then eventually the house was raised and an apartment complex was built there, so I'm afraid off numbers. But I think to respect the zoning and the neighbors that live there and have invested their life in developing a single-family neighborhood, it should be protected.
I have a question about the reasonable conclusion whether this could be or not. I don't know if I have enough information personally to say that this reasonably could be a matching type situation. Even with parking, is it best practices with what we've got? What would have to be done to actually make that work? And I don't know that we have that type of information to actually say, okay, let's not do what we're doing until we actually say, okay, yeah, for this to work, I'm going to need 3 more parking stalls per household or something like that, whatever it is. And I don't know that we have that. Have we got that?
I don't think you do, but I think the question is, are you interested enough in finding the answers out to that you would like to say, let's find out the answers to those, and in the meantime, let's not make somebody move until we find that out. Because that's what we're doing. We're in the process of having owners who have rented out their property to more people than the law allows, they are now having to evict somebody, or if they don't, we will take them to court and have a judge order them to do it.
As a landlord also, they're gonna say, well, you give us, if we'll take 4 months, well, I've gotta have my contract signed in 3 months. And so I'm signing my contracts in 3 months, which are a year's contract. Are we dragging that out even further is what a concern that I've got. You go in, I know that I'm signing year contracts right now, so if we say, okay, we can have this answered in 4 months, then we're still stuck with the contracts that are a year out.
Well, the landlord should not be renting to anybody in violation of the city code. It's for a contract.
By putting a stay on, we're saying, go ahead, we'll wait.
Well, by putting a stay on, what we're saying is, while we said you had to move this person out tomorrow, you now have a couple of months to move them out.
I would like to address the resource issue too, and make sure that you understand that this is not a small enforcement effort that's going on. This is a large enforcement effort. It's, I don't know the total number of households, but it's substantial. And every letter, every visit, every phone call is one phone call, one letter, and one visit that's not happening in another place in the city. I think that's to Gary's point, is if there is a likelihood that that is not where you want us to spend our time and energy and effort, let us know, because it's not an unlimited resource, and that's not being spent someplace else in these other sensitive areas that you are very concerned about.
Yeah, I say that I have no reason to disagree with most of what has been said. In fact, these are points that I made before I approached Mr. McGinn. The interesting conjunction of the emergent demographic and the fact that the neighborhood planning process was already underway suggested to me that this might be an interesting endeavor, potentially useful as the neighborhood planning process goes forward, to clearly define the issues, to gather the necessary information, and to trust the neighborhood with the help of the planning department to make the decision.
The neighborhood doesn't make decisions on zoning necessarily. I guess they can make recommendations.
They make recommendations
for
as
what
planning
they'd like to see
process,
the-
yeah.
like to see
Ultimately,
the
the
zoning.
council's decision.
I can give you a quick example of a situation similarly. Oftentimes, people will make an application themselves because they're specifically and uniquely impacted. Other times, it's a wider issue, and it's either a neighborhood issue or it's large enough that somebody has been able to talk with a council member, and a council member says, yeah, I want to bring this up. Let's have this discussion. Do we want to make people move when there's a reasonable chance that maybe we would change our mind in this area? And the example is some of the post-World War II homes that are very small, that had carports. People to stay in them have enclosed the carport and made it living space. And now you have a driveway that comes into living space. For a lot of reasons under our ordinance, those are technical violations of our code. And so we've gone out and enforced on people. We're doing a large area just south of Center Street, west of the freeway, doing some enforcement. And neighborhood chair came in and said, hold it. We want to talk about this as a neighborhood. We don't think this is good policy. We understand it's the ordinance as it is, but as the demographics has changed and housing sizes have changed and the needs of people in our neighborhood have changed, we'd rather have people enclose these carports, and maybe we need to tweak the rules to allow this to take place. So we have stayed the enforcement that we're in while this process is going through a planning process, because it seems reasonable, and we've had a formal request from the neighborhood chair for an ordinance amendment to fix this problem. And so this is very similar. We now have a request from a council member who was willing to sponsor this, to bring it to a work session to find out from the council whether this is worth pursuing, and if so, we will stay enforcement like we normally do in situations like that.
So, Mr. Miller, you asked about, you talked to neighborhood chairs. What was their input to you?
Well, they're the ones who referred these individuals to me, thinking that this was probably a council matter. But after a meeting with Mr. McGinn, I advised them of his decision, and they both said that they look forward to the continuing conversation in the neighborhood planning process. They are both involved in that, and they're aware of the parties representing this demographic who are, and they're also aware of parties who are opposed.
So, Mr. McGinn, do you need do you want a straw poll situation relative to the support for the current administrative stay? Or do you have a sense based on what you've heard, or would you like a straw poll? It seems a little divided, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems very divided. This is the quintessential policy question as a council of occupancy and what that does to a neighborhood and how we deal with parking. And well, those are not insignificant issues that would need to be addressed in the plan.
I mentioned too, we're along this path already of a stay. And I think to your question, the administration would prefer to be in 100% harmony with the council. But given us a split, we'll probably continue down the path that we're on without a very, very strong, unless there's a very, very strong voice of the council not to. Is that fair?
Yes.
We've issued letters and are somewhat down this path.
That being said, I don't mind being on the path, but I would like a definite date by August 1st or something that it will be done. I worry about you being able to have those plans done, but I worry about the future of staying it, and then having school come back on and have it even fill up even more. At summertime, maybe we can deal with a little bit, it's a lower vacancy type issue. But I do have some major concerns about hitting it come fall.
Do we have any idea, Mr. Miller, of how many of these young professionals are in support of this? And do we know how many are asking this? Is the 3 that contacted you, and how many people do they represent in?
They indicated to me that they represent approximately 100.
100 within this neighborhood right here?
Right. And I can tell you, just informally, that in the LDS ward that I belong to in that area, 30% of the board falls in that demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, we're not talking students, so seasonality should not be a major factor.
And I understand that, but I have a hard time distinguishing between students and professional, because I do have some friends that are very professional students.
I deal with them regularly. I have ideas, but I'm content to leave those decisions to the neighborhood planning process.
And I appreciate your, willingness to take up a cause for your constituents. At the same time, I am kind of dying because of some of the other issues that we're facing, and I worry about setting a precedent where even where these people who are under enforcement in these other neighborhoods can say, oh, well, maybe we'll just ask for a stay, or maybe we'll, giving these layers of hurdles for zoning enforcement. It's in some areas of the city, it's another layer for them to sort of delay or drag on kind of the inevitable for some of these situations. And I just worry, I'm looking at the city as a whole, I'm looking at the people that I represent and some of their concerns, and that's where I have lots of cause for concern. If it's me, I would lift the stay, I would enforce on them, and make sure that we enforce our laws, and let people know that the laws that we currently have, we're going to enforce on. And, you know, they can come and they can give us their concerns, and we can give them lots of really good reasons why and where, even places where it's not working, and put them in contact with people, singles, families, who are experiencing it right now. Have them talk to them and say, this is what you're asking currently, this is what you're asking. Come and talk to this guy who lives there, who's living it currently. Come and talk to people who are experiencing some of the issues of what you're asking, so that they know fully what they're asking too. Because it sounds nice to add people, but I don't know that they're thinking about all the things that we think about when it comes to the problems with occupancy and enforcement.
I'm optimistic that those issues would surface in the neighborhood master planning process, and that the precedent that might be established would in fact be a virtuous precedent that would help address the issues that you brought tonight. In a way, it's regrettable that that has prevailed for so long.
Yeah, and it's
without some intercession to at least reduce the problem, if not eliminate it.
And it's coming
I see this as a way of moving in that direction.
And what do you see this? How do you see it moving in that direction? What outcomes do you see?
That people representative of these neighborhoods where this burgeoning demographic exists come together and attempt to understand the issue from all directions, provided with data from community development and other departments of the city. Understand all the, as best they can, the constraints that operate here, and articulate a policy for allowing a particular demographic segment of the city to have a base in this particular part of the city that does not impose a burden on the rest of the neighborhood.
But can they do that while they're in compliance? Can they still go through that process while they're in compliance with the current law? Because I hate to, I don't want to reinforce bad behavior while we're doing.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
So this is, in some sense, an act of mercy for the reasons Mr. Bean has cited. This is not an inexpensive or non-intrusive process for these people to move, to find another place and to move. Only to find a few months later, thanks to the master planning process, that they couldn't live there.
Mr. Van Buren, do you have any thoughts on this? You haven't had a chance to.
Probably the phrase I'm struggling with is, and Mr. McGinn's stated a couple times, is reasonable chance. We go through this neighborhood planning process. Mr. Miller, you just referred to it again, is we hate to make people move and then in 4 months say it's okay, but really is there a reasonable chance that that zone's going to change in that process, that scenario will really happen? I'm not convinced that there is a reasonable chance, or I'm questioning whether there is a reasonable chance. How reasonable is there a chance this will change given the parking problems that would have to resolve? I don't know how they would resolve them without doing major changes in driveways or grass, or I don't know how that would be addressed.
Remember that I'm well aware of the rarity of an empty space on these streets after 9 p.m. But remember that a good deal of what occupies those spaces may very well be cars driven by people who are not in this demographic, but in a different demographic that should not be there.
How do we decide who should or shouldn't be there? I guess they're there.
At some point, it strikes me that we need to decide. There needs to be a reasonably foolproof witness for determining.
And that's that might be something that would come out of the process, but
it might be.
Yeah, you talk about, and you mentioned mercy, talking about having mercy on these people who are breaking the law, and then there's mercy for the people who are living the law, who are living in this complex, who are abiding by the zoning, who would like to enjoy the quality of life and they're doing everything they can possibly do to live within the rules.
I quite agree.
And yet others are not, and the others are asking, and the others get a break while they continue to see if they can make the law fit their lifestyle. And so that's what I'm kind of grappling with as well, so.
I wonder, are there places in this particular area that are still undeveloped? In other words, if the law was changed so the developer would know, we can go in now in this area and we can build a townhouse that's going to allow for 6 people to live in it. Instead of trying to take something that was built under a certain restriction and now change it, can we change something going forward rather than change it?
It's not obvious that there is any further developable land aside from the commercial piece that's on the state.
Just right on State Street, isn't there?
Yeah, that stub street that goes into that big parcel to the east.
The remainder of the property that has been developed along State Street is currently under development. I don't mean State Street, I mean Slate Canyon Drive. And the city has plans for a series of parks to live in that land that's otherwise available.
Jerry, this is a demographic that we've talked about wanting to attract into downtown. Is this something that if we want to attract that demographic into downtown, we're going to have to resolve anyway? If there's zoning laws downtown, would we have the same problem?
This is a demographic that we want to attract into downtown, and everything that you, frankly, the city does to make it easier or less costly to build elsewhere, more housing downtown and parking downtown to go with that, then the less chance we'll have of creating things downtown. There is a limited market out there, though, by driving through Vineyard or Orem or Provo, seeing all the apartments going up. We're in an unprecedented apartment building boom right now. But there is a limited market. And one of the issues as a city that we need to grapple with is kind of a phasing or sequencing of especially higher density housing. Where does it go? Where do we want to encourage it to go? How do we do that? That would be, in looking at this plan, let's say we go forward and let's take a look at this area and see what it's doing. An analysis that we would do is look at our downtown plan that the council just approved, and how, if at all, would this new plan impact the downtown plan? And if there can be, and if it does impact it, are we okay with that? Or what we want to see happen here, we want to see it happen after we reach a certain threshold downtown. And those are balancing considerations that we have to make.
So that was an awesome answer.
But I didn't answer to me, that's why it was so awesome.
So if we had 4 of this demographic that wanted, and I know a lot of our apartments are smaller downtown, but hypothetically, let's have one that fits 4. So they want, this demographic wants to move into a downtown. They're going to have the same zoning problems, aren't they, that we're experiencing here?
No, downtown has a different set of rules, and the apartments and things that come in that would make there would be similar issues such as parking and all of that, but it wouldn't be exactly the same problem.
So what about it is it that we figured out in downtown that can't be applied here?
Well, one of the density observations I have is transit. And
No, I'm not talking about those, I'm talking about from its legal standpoint.
I think, isn't it 0.7 versus a regular house that's built for a family? You have to have so many or
When I talk about, when I'm talking, cars are not what's illegal here. It's 4 people in a unit.
And the reason that
rules downtown.
So that's my point is, Because we've got to figure this out for downtown. Because I don't think any of us have articulated that we don't want four professionals living in these apartments.
Is it mostly going from 3 to 4, or is it going from 3 to 6? Or do you really have a feel for what the violations are?
Well, the violation is always really driven by external issues. Right? So if the occupancy here were 3, and there are actually 6 people in each unit, but only 1 car out of that unit, and all 6 people in the unit were quiet, didn't have loud parties, didn't do park on the street everywhere, and there weren't a parking problem, whatever that parking problem may be to people, it's extremely unlikely that we would ever get a call about there being an occupancy violation. And enforcement officers driving by would look at it and say, well, there's not many cars there. There must not be an occupancy problem. Occupancy really is driven by the externalities. In this area, while this project came in and was touted as a family occupancy project, quickly from the beginning, it wasn't family in the sense that most people think of mom and dad and kids there. It wasn't really designed or laid out for that. It has the possibility from a zoning standpoint, because you could have mom and dad and 7 kids live there, right? And they could have all their cars, but just kind of the configuration of the units and things like that really lend itself to either a young couple who's just getting started or singles living together there. I mean, that's really what's driving that. You know, in Belmont and Arlington, they were very big, but they weren't really geared towards family.
Arlington were supposed to be geared toward retirees or families or retirees, but then what's happening here is happening there as well, because those units get taken up, and then the single-family homes get bought up, and they're turning into more batching singles or more rental-type places. And the same thing was happening in Hillsdale, just to the north of Arlington and Belmont. You'd have 6 batching singles living in a place until the neighbors, complained about it. And so I think even with single-family homes that are close to these areas, that were, single-family homes, are so much easier to be compliant, have compliance issues as well, because they're so much bigger. And, people, if you can't buy that townhome, well, let's go buy a home and do the same thing and fill it up until we can pay for it. And I think that's a concern as well.
And that happens, and there's a reason that this happens, because now you have a center of mass, a critical mass here of that type of demographic moving in. I mean, that's...
And you bring up a good point too. When these newer places come downtown, I think they're going to flock to the newer places. That's what they did when Arlington and Belmont were new. You had a huge kind of mass of people moving into those. And when we were talking to Dave Cabanella yesterday, and he said people are not doing that anymore. They're moving to these other newer complexes. And so,
This provides a different demographic though, Kim, I think, is downtowns are single bedroom. These allow for more socialization.
Well, the gift project is single. There's a mix of
NeighborWorks has some 3-bedroom, doesn't it?
Yeah, 4-bedroom down to 1, and a very few
1.
1-bedrooms. So I think some of the projects actually do have more bedrooms and more options. And it's downtown, it's where the nightlife is, it's where transit is. I mean, it seems like that's what the millennials are looking for. What we keep hearing is that millennials are looking for that type of life. And so I don't know. I mean, you change the zoning in this area, and they may very well find more better places for them to live and socialize where, I don't know.
I have the same questions that Mr. Van Buren has asked relative to reasonable expectations, but I think we have introduced the neighborhood planning process as an opportunity to engage those living in the neighborhood in the process to understand their issues and concerns. Personally, I feel supportive of continuing on that path, and I'd like to call for a council vote of direction for Mr. McGinn
Those who would be supportive or in favor of continuing this path, unless anyone has a comment they'd like to make, to move on in our agenda.
So continuing to stay and allowing them to continue on.
Being supportive of the current path that we're on, continuing to stay.
Can there be a reasonable expectation on?
Yeah, that was the one question that didn't get answered, and I noticed that Mr. Pepperoni stepped out. Do you know, Gary, Mr. Winterton said August 1st, which would be 4 months, 3.5 months.
You can put on the work session for that first meeting in August, the Planning Commission's recommendation of this neighborhood plan.
Okay.
We'll bump it forward and work expeditiously on it and put the resources on it that we need to put on it to make that happen, if that's what the council would like.
Okay.
One question, so what happens if this plan ends up being like the downtown plan, where it ends up taking, I don't know how many years to finish? So it's not just a matter of a few months once you get into the nuts and bolts of it, and it ends up being years as opposed to months. What's happen then?
We'll be back on that agenda, no matter what happens, to talk about this specific item in that plan. And if that plan is going nowhere, or there's disagreement, or it's just too difficult of an issue to have resolved in that period of time, then frankly, I think we should go forward with the laws as they exist, unless and until there's a resolution for it.
Those who would feel, yes, Mr. Sewell.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
For a resolution? Because of the, what I feel is a lack of a reasonable expectation that there would be a change in the indefinite nature of how long this would take, I would like to propose a resolution that our advice be that existing zoning laws continue to be enforced without making an exception for this area at this time.
So that's a substitute motion, isn't it? Because did Gary already have a motion on the table?
Gary didn't actually make a motion. Gary asked for a vote of direction. Yeah, so I think you used the word resolution. I probably would use that word. But,
Okay.
But what I hear you saying is you're making and so this would be the first motion on the table, because the other motion wasn't made and hadn't been seconded. But if you're making a motion that the council express its intent, its desire that the currently in place zoning standards be enforced in this area without a stay of enforcement.
Right. Well, let me rephrase that just a little bit. I'm not actually making, it was not my intent to recommend a particular course of action for this area, because I think the administration has the right to prioritize resources on all of that. So all I'm trying to say is I think we should advise that existing zoning laws be enforced generally without making an exception for this area. Is that clear?
Clarify what it means lifting the stay. Yeah, that's.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, and again, this is where
But that's their decision.
Yeah, Councilmember Sewell is trying to walk the fine line of not directing an executive branch department director.
Exactly.
Of course, it's action, right? So he's not saying, I direct you to lift the stay. He's saying, I make a motion that the council express, that it's the council's intent that the zoning laws be enforced without any special exception for this area. And then the administration does with that what they will. They've already told us what they will.
So is that a resolution?
No, it's just a motion.
A motion. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Sewell's motion? Ms. Hales? Great. Any discussion? Those in favor of this resolution, please indicate. This motion, thank you. 3. Those not in support of this motion, please indicate. 4. Thank you. Lively discussion, Mr. McGinn, thank you. important issue for our city. And we apologize to our budget committee, Mr. Walters and Mr. Armand, who are here. Thank you for being here, for taking us through the next steps of discussion relative to guiding principles related to user fees and council budget intent statements. And so, Mr. Walters, we'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be with you. And I empathize with the difficult decisions you sometimes are faced with. Lots of competing issues. What I would like to do today is just walk through first these intent statements with you, and then to turn attention to the guiding principles. And hopefully they'll be up momentarily. Very good. Let me preface the discussion of the specific language with description of the process we've gone through. The committee has met several times. Members of the committee met with members of the administration. The mayor was gracious enough to come and spend some time with the committee to talk about language. We've received suggestions from other members of the administration as well, and have had some extended discussions about the wording on these intent statements. And what we are recommending to the council at this point, there are three intent statements. The first addresses the question of a structurally balanced budget initiative. And the intent is stated very simply, and that is that while you comply with the law and ensure that the annual budget is balanced, the city should also strive to balance projected long-term revenues and expenditures. Now, given that there is no ordinance for a multi-year budget, the ordinance is for a one-year budget, we felt like it would be useful for us to clarify what we meant by balancing long-term revenues and expenditures. And so the next statement in this intent statement specifies what we mean, that the general, first of all, we're focusing in this long-term projection on the general fund, and we're suggesting that it should be considered balanced if a 10-year projection of the trends in the revenues and expenditures, along with any proposed policy changes in both, indicates that the expected revenues will meet or exceed the expected expenditure needs. That's simply a definition of what we mean by a balanced long-term budget. We do think it's also useful and is consistent with other intent statements on the part of the council to have things that we would suggest the council take off the table. In this case, we're suggesting that projected increases in the percentage of enterprise fund revenues should not be included. The current percentage is 11%. We're suggesting that while the actual dollars may increase because it is a percentage, that we are suggesting the council or recommending to the council that there not be any kind of projection of an increase in the percentage transfer. So 5 years out, we're not going to go to 12%, 13%, whatever. We're going to keep it hold at 11%. We recognize at the same time that attempt to balance the long-term revenue and expenditures is going to create some constraints on the general fund. It may require fee increases or tax rate changes. It also implies that new activities undertaken through the general fund will need to be funded with new resources. And so this last statement simply attempts to identify some of what we see as the implications of this kind of an intent going forward. And we want to make sure the council is aware of that. So the intent itself, quite straightforward. Balance the annual budget as the law requires. Strive to balance the long-term projected revenues and expenditures without projecting further increases in transfers from the utility funds. and recognize also that that may create some constraints on the ability of the council and the administration to pursue certain kinds of activities. Are there any questions on that one? Okay, then we'll move to the next one, which has to do with capital maintenance funding. And here, where the intent, again, is fairly straightforward, that the city should define an appropriate level of capital maintenance funding for all city facilities. Now there's maybe from an accounting perspective, there's been a tendency to simply look at the depreciation. We recognize that may not be the right number, and we're suggesting that the city should define whatever the appropriate level is for capital maintenance for each facility, and then using both user charges and general tax revenue, the city should fund a reserve account adequate to handle that capital maintenance by setting aside a percentage of budgeted revenues each year. The major distinction between this intent statement and what has been the practice in the past is the recommendation that the city began a serious effort to start funding capital maintenance needs in order to preserve what we now have and protect it going forward. So as part of the implementation of that, going forward, the administration will distinguish between, in the annual CIP report, new projects versus maintenance projects. And grouping the maintenance projects together will be clear what maintenance projects will be need to be completed, and what the source of funding will be, and when they'll be expected to be completed. Yes, ma'am.
So we were having a discussion last week about the capital improvement, and it's my understanding that there's no maintenance funds in anyone's budget for capital improvement maintenance.
That's correct. That's our understanding.
When did it disappear? Who deleted it from the budget?
Someone older than I am would have
You have your
to.
house on, no, I'm not going to assign any money to improve anything.
We do, each department does have a capital maintenance, in certain areas, for maintenance, like.
It's not funded projects for maintenance.
Yes.
So it's just shrunk.
Well, I think to clarify, I think we're talking about CIP funds or capital improvement funds, and the departments do that as part of their annual budgeting.
Right.
So right now, it's in a different part of their budget. So it may not be at the same magnitude as what we're proposing.
Okay, so
And
you want to build it to do the improvements.
Yeah, so again, if you're the manager of that area, you might forego maintenance because you need something else done. And that ultimately can be very expensive over multiple years. And I think that's what the proposal here is, to shift it, instead of having that be something that may or may not happen, that it's more formally. So it's easy for the council to identify that we're not sending enough funds, not giving enough funds to the mayor to get this done. The way they're right now, you wouldn't be able to notice that unless you drill down pretty much on the operational budget for every unit in the city. And so this is just a way to make sure that it's actually getting.
Okay, so their monies are morphed into the need for the particular department.
Yeah, that was my
And
understanding. Is
this is building that fund back to a point where we can improve things that are falling apart.
Yeah, and that you'll be more aware of what the needs are based on that.
In the event that there is a budget shortfall in 1 year, there is a strong inclination on the part of virtually every public agency to cut the capital maintenance first, because that protects your people, it keeps your operations going. And I don't know to what extent Provo has done that in the past, but I'm reasonably sure they have done some of that. And I think that what we're suggesting is, as was indicated, that's a very difficult path and slippery slope to go down. We're suggesting that the capital maintenance should be attended to more discreetly and more in a more separate fashion to make sure that there are adequate funds that are made available to maintain the capital infrastructure we now have.
This is a question directed more to the mayor. How do you decide when enough employees is enough versus the maintenance needs to go down to salary versus maintenance needs, and where does that happy finally balance come into play?
I think what I'm struggling with right now is whose shoulder does that burden rest upon? and how we choose to do that. And I would challenge anybody to find a city facility that isn't well maintained. You know, it's easy to find a city facility that's very old, but the maintenance has been, in my opinion, amazing. If you look at this building and Dick Blackham, and he keeps this 4-year-old building going, and the investment in this building, I think you would find it all very adequate. And so I think over the years, the departments have had to balance that very difficult thing between, well, we need to be investing in this building, and at the same time, none of us have enough staff. And I think that's part of the budgeting process for us every year. It's very difficult.
So is the ongoing conversation, does every department every year say we need more staff? Or is it kind of a line that stays and holds?
It's very situational. So the legal department has a total of, how many employees?
I think we're around 13.
13. So when they add one, that's a big deal.
Right.
And it's usually perceived out in advance, a year or 2 or even 3 years. Police has 100 employees.
Right.
And we don't have enough police officers, and that's been an ongoing discussion in the city for many years. And so I think you'd find some of those.
Just if I may add, from my perspective, there's always more work to be done than staff has time. And so I think that's true for every department across the city. Now, again, that just means that we have to be better in prioritizing what rises to the top and what doesn't, and being honest about how many of those things can be put off and can't be put off. So it's a citywide need.
And not only is the CIP and the maintenance competing, pay increases are competing.
Right.
Health insurance is competing.
You hear more from an employee than you do from a garage that needs to be
Yes, equipment is screaming, and so that's kind of the budgeting process, is you get all that noise coming in, and we have a list of about $6 million from our departments of what would be above and beyond the budget that we're approving of requests from our departments. And that's a pretty traditional list that we get every year of about $6 million of additional requests that somehow we need to filter and decide which ones come up to the top and which ones don't.
Do you feel like that the budget's moving forward and moving away from the big dip in recession that we went through, and it's kind of handling a little bit?
So that's a really good, I think, point that I thought a lot about through this process. My life in the city has been nothing but the recession. You know, I had that fabulous first 2010 budget,
right.
And so I probably would ask John that, who's got a much broader window than just my 5 years.
It's been pretty challenging the whole time. I think it has to do with just some of the issues that expenses tend to outgrow increased revenues. As you're just looking at normal increases and what's happening through inflation and whatnot. It's been challenging. It's been more challenging, since the Great Recession, of course. But it's never been an easy process where we think, oh, we've got $6 million of needs and we've got $8 million available. What are we going to spend on the other $2 million on? We've never been in that situation. It's always been prioritizing and challenging, trying to figure out what's most important for the dollars you do have.
So rhetorically, is there really such a thing as a balanced budget?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Legally, yes. I get a little heartburn when they say my 10-year projections must be balanced. And I think I tried to articulate this last time. The more revenue you bring in, the more this expense line moves like further away from it. It's just the nature of it. If I had the revenue today, I'd get 10 new police officers. Boom, but we just moved this line.
Mary, and I apologize to my fellow committee members on this. As I think more and more about this, I just have a couple of questions that I want to understand. In the individual budgets, we do have a maintenance. Like the Parks and Rec has their maintenance for replacement of treadmills.
So let me clarify too. So legal's maintenance budget is probably going to be zero, or They're close to it, right?
Right.
So they don't have a facility. But Parks and Recs have facility, Public Works has facility, my budget doesn't have a facility. So the only reason I'm pointing that out is if we say all budgets have a maintenance, that wouldn't be correct.
And I understand that, but there are specific things, like I heard Roger mention that we can replace treadmills as they go out because of our maintenance budget.
John, do you want to address that?
And yet we're creating another fund, and how is that different from the general fund, this general maintenance fund that we have, and what's the distinguishing factors between that fund over here, and when do we pull from that, and when do we pull from the individual departments?
Well, I guess, right,
fleet facility. Let's look at an example that maybe hasn't had the maintenance funding that you need. So the fleet facility is one of the ones that was expressed as a need, that its conditions aren't as comfortable, say, as this building. I think Representative Santiago Councilman, you attended, right? Did you do the tour of the fleet facility? And I think that's one of the ones that again, in the grand scheme of things, what will happen is it'll have to come to the council to find another revenue source to do that ongoing maintenance that needs to be done in that area. And the choices are going to be to bond for that, to solve for that, or to take it from some other area. And all we were trying to do is come up with a system where you can manage that. The council could still decide that we're not going to fund any additional maintenance, we're not going to do any lifts, we're not going to do any of this stuff in this area. And they can approve a budget that the mayor proposes that doesn't do that. But that by having it allocated separately, you would see what the trade-offs were. Currently, when it's down deeper in the budget, you're not going to see the trade-offs until someone comes to you, a department comes and says, we can't afford to replace the boilers in our building, or we can't do this HVAC repair. We did do line item things, small items we've done maintenance on all the time, but this bigger issue we can't do, and now we got to find additional funding source. And that was one of the things that we identified as a potential threat to the balanced budget, is that you'll have to at some point balloon something to take care of a facility that may not be as well kept, say, as this building or something else.
Let me define the difference between well kept and meaning just not being adequate. So if a toilet breaks in the fleet building, it's being replaced and fixed. If a lift breaks, it's being fixed. If a lift is not adequate, it may be true that it's not being replaced with an adequate one. But I think that defining the difference between maintaining it so that it's safe, so that we're not having something that's getting more and more expensive because we're not fixing it later on. That's where I would say I think you'd have a hard time finding things that are not well maintained in the city. It's a whole different question on whether or not they're adequate.
I think it's also fair to say, though, Gary, that if we look at the city center, that most of the departments that occupy this building do not have a capital maintenance budget because they don't have a facility. So where is the maintenance budget for this building?
And then in my mind, in the past, it's just been the general fund.
That's right.
And so they come to the council.
When you're down to making a trade-off between performing a capital maintenance item for this building and filling some other operational need, there's a tendency to favor the operational need. And all we're saying is keep the money separate.
So let me push back on that a little bit. When the elevator went out, and I was stuck in it when it went out several years ago, I don't think we went to council for appropriation. It could be wrong. I think we found the money to fix it. And part of the world we live in is a setup where we don't have money to spend on everything we want to spend it on, and we have to fight and find it. And our taxpayers, quite frankly, like that we don't have this pot of money to go fix everything. So if an elevator goes out, that means we lean up someplace else and we find money to replace that. And if a boiler goes out, then we find money to replace it. And that's where I push back and say, no, the buildings are being maintained. What's not happening is a set of monies that's being set aside to replace the building. But we're fixing the elevators, we're fixing the boilers, we're fixing the the leaky roofs, you can look across and see the two panels that don't match over there on the roof. And there's a little bit of the reality of what that's what our taxpayers like. They don't want us with a separate pot of money to spend on this bill, and every time there's a little problem with it.
On the other hand, with with our water, for instance, we have crumbling facilities at the wastewater plant, and then we're in a position where we have to bond, and their rates have to go up this much this 5 years, and the next 5 years this much. And I kind of think that as a citizen myself, I would rather put a little away, little by little, and prepare for that day, rather than all at once say, okay, here's a jump, and here's a jump.
No, I agree with that, but I would define the difference again between ongoing maintenance and replacement.
Well, and that's maintenance. That's maintenance.
And they're being maintained. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but I'm just saying that in order for them to do their operation, they're going to need some new equipment. The UV lights are going to need I can't remember what it's called, but it separates all the solid waste from the other. Anyway, they're going to need some of those things that are more maintaining their equipment, getting a tank, lift stations. I don't know. I think that we can plan for some of those things as well.
Do we do that in our regular budgets? So do we have budgets that we carry forward? Well, we don't quite have enough this year in the regular budget without creating the CIP where it says, okay, this year we're going to start to save for something and do it in 2 years, like the boilers, if we need to do new chillers at the ice rink or whatever it is. Oh, we know that's coming, it's in the budget. But otherwise, we put it in the capital maintenance fund. Is that what?
That's what we're suggesting. Our suggestion is that you will have the resources necessary to consistently maintain your capital facilities if you identify them and set them aside for that purpose.
No, I'll be clear, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm trying to more draw a line between maintenance and replacing. And I think we're merging those two things in this conversation.
Or if I understand correctly, that the committee is recommending the creation of what is called here the capital maintenance fund.
Yes.
It doesn't currently exist, but the capital improvement.
There is a capital improvement fund for the recreation department, but most of the general fund departments do not have a separate capital improvement fund. And we're distinguishing between capital improvements and capital maintenance.
So, and then there's also the distinction of the maintenance reserve account. How is that different?
I think that's just.
That is what we mean by the same capital. That's
synonymous with
capital maintenance. Councilor, by law, the capital improvement funds can be carried over. And so, what we're trying to say is, within that capital improvement fund, we would identify this maintenance reserve account. So it would be part of the CIP, because if we break it out of the CIP, then there's a limit on how much you can carry over year to year. So that's one of the changes in language that we try to put in here. So that way, it would allow for you to be part of the CIP fund. You would just have a designation in that CIP that would be the maintenance reserve account of that.
Or capital maintenance.
Yeah, exactly.
What we are suggesting that if the money is set aside for capital maintenance, don't spend it on those facilities. And we're suggesting that if there is an emergency, of course, the council can spend the money as seems to be necessary.
So is this maintenance account under the CIP? It's a subsidy of the CIP.
I'm not sure that we care, as long as there is a separate way to identify the money.
But it doesn't.
And that it can be carried over from one year to the next. So whatever the accounting processes have to be able to allow us to identify it and carry it over from one year to the next.
I mean, we feel more comfortable doing it this way than having each department having their own CIP.
Yes.
Do you think it's more transparent?
Because when the legal department sets aside their money for capital maintenance and they're putting in 10 cents a year, it's going to take them a long time to buy whatever they need to buy. Whereas if they're pooling it, then the council has the ability to look at the capital needs and prioritize them and meet those capital maintenance needs.
So are you suggesting we take it out of the individual department's CIP and put it into the general fund CIP?
I don't know that the individual departments have their own CIP at this point, except for parks.
Enterprise funds have.
Enterprise funds.
This is a general fund activity. This is not for the enterprise funds.
And I think we believe that most of the enterprise funds are already doing.
Yeah, this is, the enterprise funds are doing this, I think. They're setting aside money for capital maintenance and capital improvements. And they have a fund that they can do that in.
And so, again, if they're enterprise funds, they have the ability to do that. Other ones do not have, and so you are suggesting that we take some of our general tax dollars, basically, or transfers, general tax dollars and transfers, and put them in that fund, that reserve fund. Those are basically the only two things that I can think of that could add to that fund.
Well, whatever the constellation of general fund revenues are, yes, we're taking, take some of those general fund revenues and set them aside for capital maintenance. Other questions on this one? Okay, then let's move to the next one. We do note that this will increase the pressure on the general fund, since past budgets have typically not fully funded capital maintenance projects. The third one is that the framework for fee structure and evaluation. The intent is that the city should complete an evaluation of all fees listed in the consolidated fee schedule within 3 years. To the extent feasible, the city should strive to have each service paid for by the beneficiaries of the service. Then we acknowledge in some cases that may not be desirable or possible, in which case the city should identify, the council in cooperation with the administration, will estimate the cost of the shortfall and then identify an alternative funding source. This is simply suggesting that when you make the conscious decision not to set a fee at a level that will fully recover the cost, that you also make the conscious decision of where the money is going to come from to make up the difference. Please.
So we come to that point, we need the alternative funding. What are the options? What do we look at to find funding? Finish.
Well, I believe that Matt has the answer, and as soon as I get done here, he's going to show you where the money's going to come from.
Okay, Matt.
But you can look at tax increases. You can look at where you can cross-subsidize from one fee to another. I don't recommend that, but that would be possible. But essentially, that becomes the challenge. But I think the key point for the council to bear in mind is, if it really costs the city $100 to provide a service, and you decide that you're only going to charge $50, you still need to come up with the other $50 because it really costs $100. And so what we're suggesting is think about where that money is going to come from as you make the decision to subsidize that fee.
And this came from direction from Councilmember Miller before he asked us to try and figure out where the costs actually were coming from. And you're subsidizing almost all your fees, all the services now, but it's difficult to identify where that money is coming from. And so by paying more attention to that, then you can actually identify that, yeah, this is a subsidy we want to make, we want to do it, and we're taking this from the police department. We can't add police officers because this is the service we're providing. Or we're taking this from the transfer in from energy, but it's competing with these other things that are out there. And right now, when the budget comes to you annually, you've got 4 weeks to basically, at best, to approve it. And this, we think, would help council be educated in terms of the trade-offs that they're making when they approve one direction. It means you can't go in a different direction. So I think that's all that we were trying to identify with this.
Can we go down a little bit further on this, please? So in terms of we do point the council to the user charges and fees guiding principles, which we'll get to in just a minute. We're suggesting that you not approve a fee that is less than full cost recovery without also identifying that income that will offset it. And adopting this intent statement may result in fee increases in some instances, and that could have the effect of reducing demand for some services, though how much will depend on the service. Any other questions on these? Please.
I don't want to skip over this one, that's the city should review all services provided to residents to identify additional user fees that should be recovered. I think if I understand that correctly, we spent a lot of time talking about the fees that are on the consolidated fee schedule. And this is a nod to the fact that that's only a fraction of the services provided by the city. And that in reality, this analysis should, it's overwhelming just to get to the ones on the consolidated fee schedule. But the reality of it is that we shouldn't have such a firm line right there at the end of the consolidated fee schedule. And really all services should have that same evaluation.
Thank you, that's true.
And if you're doing the process, you especially will find that there are services that maybe should be added, and I think that kind of opens it up to, not necessarily having to look at every single fee throughout the whole city in the next 3 years, but as those things come forward, it shouldn't be I don't want you to look at it as a huge task that you have to go through every fee, but as we talked about, the fact that when those services do come up and you realize that there are fees that we could be and probably should be, that we can add those, so it's not.
Yeah, and the reality of it is that I think the same question should be asked, whether it's on the consolidated fee schedule or not.
Right.
So if they're all good questions to be asking, then I think they're also good questions if they're not on the consolidated fee schedule. So we're having the spring party in Rock Canyon on April 18th, and we're not charging anybody for that. Well, I think the same principles apply.
Those are reasonable questions. Yes, sir.
Do I understand correctly that what we have is the latest revision from the committee?
Yes, that's correct. And we have attempted to incorporate suggestions from the mayor, from other, from the city as well.
There will be opportunity for individual members of the council to respond to this document with suggested changes. And then I assume the administration will have that opportunity as well. Is that fair to say?
I want to be careful from the administrator's perspective, because it is a council intent statement. I think you've been very good, the committee's been very good to ask us our opinion. But because it is a council intent statement, I don't think we should be overdone on it.
So you've had the adequate opportunity.
They've been very generous in asking for my opinion.
Councilmember, one of the things that we tried to emphasize is that we felt that we were trying to advise the council, and we think that if we tie the mayor's hands, I think he's going to have to be able to come back and say, I understand these are your principles, but let me tell you the reality. And based on the reality, I'm proposing that this principle this year will trump this principle down below. And I think the danger of trying to, there are statement of principles that the executive, the administration has, and I think we'll review that over time as well. But I think that it does give you some space as a council to say this is what our ideal is, and then have that political process of, well, how much of this can we achieve in this year, how much can we achieve in the next year. And so
I was simply trying to confirm that the mayor and the administration can give an adequate opportunity to respond, because that's something they requested early on.
I don't think you have adequately.
I think I answered that by saying that we've been very generous in asking. I'm stopping.
I understand the administration's reluctance to use the word adequate. Ever used the word.
Can I have another question about the fund? Are we proposing so we're taking a proposal to take some funds without designation to where they will be spent, only on maintenance? Is that what that fund is creating?
Where it gets spent will be the decision of the council each year as you set the budget.
Now, as we do that each year, so each department then will come in and say, well, there's this much in the budget, in that maintenance fund, we would like to get this much of that, and they'll incorporate that into their budget.
I'm sure that the administration will put together a budget each year on how those monies should be spent. And the council will have the opportunity to review and approve it.
And do we expect that to go down to zero every year, or do we maintain it every year? I'm confused about the working operations of that budget, that fund.
I think initially, yes, it will go to zero because there isn't any money in there right now. Hopefully, over time, the money will be accumulated because you will have large projects that come along. You'll have large maintenance needs that emerge, and hopefully you'll be able to set aside that money in advance. I think the mayor's right. If you haven't set aside the money and you have the need, you'll still find a way to do it because it has to happen for those kind of major activities, if the boiler goes out or whatever. But the intent of the committee, at least, I think, is to provide the council with a mechanism to do a bit more long-range planning and better budgeting to meet those maintenance needs.
I appreciate it. And the reason I ask these questions, and I appreciate the committee, their desire and their hope, what they're trying to do. And I'm asking a lot of these questions for the benefit of the council to say, this is what we're creating, so that we understand where we're going with it. And so if you have any questions further, this is important to get out. I have one more question with John and Denise. I'm still a little bit confused again on the how we're actually going to keep track of the accounting issues. Do you see problems with the actually accounting in the way this is proposed at this point?
One designation that would help, if you can scroll up a little bit.
We move this up a little bit?
Yeah. That can be defined as a maintenance reserve project.
Within a capital improvement fund.
That'd be better. I think that's the intent. It just works with our chart builds, our system.
Yeah.
Our intent is that the maintenance money be identified and monitored separately.
Yeah.
And that it be carried over from one year to the next. How the accounting has to work with the chart of accounts and things of that sort, I don't think we have a strong preference in that regard.
I think if you word it that way, and then we can set it up with our systems.
Okay.
Who's that term again, John?
It's maintenance reserve project within the
Projects in a capital improvement fund or that's projects.
So it is under the capital improvement fund.
Yes.
This,
in order to get the money to carry over from one year to the next, with those buckets and buckets of money that you're going to be able to manage. Yeah. Would you like to act on this, or have we move on to the principles?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll back on it now.
Thanks.
Anyone care to make a motion on these proposed
intent.
statements? Councilmember Santiago.
I move that we approve these intent statements with the correction recommended on don't use the funds from maintenance reserve project within a capital improvement fund, and don't use the funds from the capital reserve project within a capital improvement fund for other purposes except in an emergency. Those two changes.
Okay. Second to that, comments? Or question, actually. Got some really good feedback on this from Dave Harding, and I think all of us got a copy of that. I just wondered if the committee has been able to look at that to this point.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. There were some very specific suggestions on improving clarity and several, I thought, good questions in there. I just wondered if you'd had a chance to see those suggestions yet. In an email sent by David Harding, which came just Sunday, I believe.
it came last night, and the committee has not had a chance to, they may have seen it, but we have not discussed it.
And I've not seen it.
I haven't seen it.
I think it was, I'm sorry.
My own preference is to allow, given I've just seen this in the last day, to allow us a little bit more time to reflect on what's here, to determine whether there might be ways in which to improve clarity, including in review of what Dave Harding says. So is that a substitute motion then, Mr. Miller? I think the only way to mess it under the current, motion is to include in that motion whatever revisions might be forthcoming following subsequent review by council members. Okay. Comfortable with that? Is something as part of your motion?
So we'll come back with this, is that what you're saying? We'll have David Harding, you're saying nest with that within
Your motion.
within my motion? So we'll approve it.
We would leave open the possibility of revision.
If we have revisions, then we would bring them at a later date.
Not necessarily. You need to approve the statements. I'm just saying, let's leave some room open for possible revision.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to a substitute motion. Okay. So leaving room for revision.
Just a question on that. Does that make it clear that we're actually going to spend some time with the committee to take a look at those? Or, I don't know, I just wonder if it would be clearer if we just waited 2 weeks or 4 weeks to allow time for our input and for the input that we received to be discussed by the committee.
It's up to us.
I guess I just worry about approving something knowing that we're maybe going to make some revisions to it. Shouldn't we just postpone for a few weeks and make the revisions at that time? I guess that would be my preference. But.
Okay. That could be a substitute motion then. Is there a second on either the original motion made by Santiago and the amendments added by Mr. Miller, or a substitute motion take priority, so that we second it? It does actually, yes.
Just to the extent that if the first, and I was sorry, I was out of the room, but the first motion hasn't been seconded yet. We need to ask for that first, or it's not even a motion yet. It's not on the table yet.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Santiago's motion? Okay, then we have a substitute motion by Mr. Sewell.
Another motion.
Another motion by Mr. Sewell. To allow for 2 weeks or 4 weeks? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. To review and consider what we've heard. And other input. Is there a second to that motion? I will second. Mr. Miller? Any discussion?
Yeah, I just have a question. So this is to look at what Mr. Harding had sent to us and to give everybody a chance for feedback from what he has sent. I think some of these are just our clarification questions that he, from what I read through, I don't know if they're revisions necessarily, but more clarification.
So that and any council member input.
Yes, I have the impression that, like, for example, that Mr. Miller hasn't given it his full analysis yet either, and I haven't either, frankly.
Okay.
As much as I would like to, so.
Any other discussion?
And I appreciate that. I think Kim and I feel pretty confident in a lot of these things that we're going forward. And I want to express that confidence in the general concepts, but I'm not sure that we as a full council have been able to really embrace this yet. And so I appreciate the motion to give us maybe 2 weeks to deal with the issue.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll call for a vote on this motion. Those in favor? That vote is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to turn attention then to the guiding principles that were referenced in the third intent statement. Let me stress again that we've had a lot of back and forth as a committee. We've had input from others in the city, and I think we're still of a mind that this is a living document, that this is our best take at this point on what the guiding principles should be, but we're quite open to the possibility that as the city goes out and tries to implement these principles, they may pinch in ways that aren't very comfortable, and we may need to come back and revisit them. And so we hold open that possibility. But with that in mind, let me just walk through them quickly. I think most of you, well, all of you have seen these before. There aren't any major changes in them at this point. We are limiting these principles to fees that appear in the consolidated fee schedule for the time being. And the basic notion is that the purpose of the fees and charges is to recover the costs necessary to assure the continued quality and sustainability of our services and facilities. To accomplish that, the administration will be asked to estimate the total cost recovery. If the approved user charge is not sufficient to recover all those costs, then the administration will be asked to estimate the total cost recovery, and the council will identify alternative funding. The basic principle is that a user fee listed in the consolidated fee schedule, in nearly all cases, the identifiable beneficiaries of the city service should pay for that service. And when we think about beneficiaries, we've identified that we're acknowledging that those benefits can come either from actual use of the facility or simply having it in existence in the city. And we've described 2 or 3 ways that someone could benefit from having the city available, or the service available, even if they don't use it. Can we go down a little bit further, please? If the residents benefit from the existence of a facility, whether or not they use it, the fee charged should be independent of the amount of actual use. That could happen on a per household basis, as it does with the utility transportation fund, as a fixed fee per actual use, as part of the fixed fee, or through general taxes. The access charges collected for the capital cost should be equal to the expected actual cost of maintaining the physical facility. So this now provides some additional, a revenue source that can be earmarked for that capital maintenance activity that we identified. And we're suggesting that if some part of the access charge is collected through general taxes, non-residents should be asked to pay a comparable access charge through a higher actual use fee. We also acknowledge that the city incurs fixed operating costs whether or not the facility is used. We call those indirect costs, and there should be an effort made to recapture some of those indirect costs, though we acknowledge that that's going to take some time to work out exactly what that level is going to be, because we're now reviewing 25 fees each quarter, but there are some 300 fees overall, and to figure out exactly what the cost recovery, the indirect cost recovery level should be, will probably be refined over the course of the next 2 or 3 years as the data comes in from those fee reviews. We do think that if where services that primarily benefit the direct consumer, the actual use fee charge should be equal to the incremental cost incurred by the city to provide the service. In economics, that's known as a marginal cost, and is the additional cost incurred by the city to actually provide that service. Now, this next one, I don't know that we've ever done it, and we may never do it, but we think it's important to acknowledge that the time may come when, in order to maintain the quality of service for those who are using a facility, we may want to have a congestion fee for that. And what comes to mind is the number of people in the swimming pool. At some point, it gets overloaded, and in order to reduce the demand on that facility, we might put a congestion fee in just to maintain the level of service for those that are using it. Please.
Go ahead, Dave, you start. Just a clarification, so is the congestion fee, is that just a component that is added to the overall fee? It's not something that you would charge on an hourly basis as you go out and see how many people you've got there?
No, you wouldn't charge it. You wouldn't say, okay, everybody out of the food pool because you have to pay an additional fee now. No, we wouldn't do that. But it may work out that if it turns out that the high congestion time is Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., we might add an additional fee during that block of time, just to keep the overall usage down. But again, we're not proposing that that should be done, we're simply saying, given the kind of utilization we see at the rec center, we may want to consider that at some point.
And I guess that's my question, is it really that necessary to even throw in at this point? Shouldn't those congestion fees be considered in the regular fees? Wouldn't that
They will be, because the fee will actually be made up of that access charge, the indirect cost charge, the actual direct operating costs, and then there may be a congestion component. So the fee charge will have all four of those in it.
And so I'm just wondering, well, I guess that's, if you're just considering it, that's, okay, I understand that.
We're saying it is possible. We may have something that's so popular that we need to regulate access.
I think congestion fees also has to do with the overall use of the project, of the thing. If we get it so full that nobody can enjoy it, maybe we want to raise the price. To me, that would be a congestion fee.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay. We are suggesting that the fee should be adjusted annually to reflect changes in labor costs. If the labor component of the fee goes up because of pay raises, because of increased benefit costs, that the fee schedule should be adjusted to reflect those as well. And again, if the approved user charge or fee is not sufficient, the administration will be asked to estimate the total cost recovery shortfall, and the council will identify alternative funding. We've added the principle here that we're going to review 25 user fees every quarter. This will be an ongoing process from now on. And we'll, in an effort to identify possible user charges and fees, department heads could provide a list of charges that the city should be charging for, but they're not. So we may, again, we don't take the consolidated fee schedule as fixed. We may choose to add some things to it over time. These are our recommendations for principles as of right now. And again, this is a working document that we're suggesting the city should use as they start reviewing fees, and it should be the council should use these principles as they set fee levels and strive to recover full direct costs of these other components, and then we'll decide. We revisit them as they actually get it. Any questions?
And I knew this is for consideration down the road, but as I start looking at total labor costs and all these fees and things that we're doing, we at one time as a council talked about doing cost of living increase, truth and taxation. So we had it on an annual basis. Is this making it so that we're probably going to need to do those truth and taxations annually?
Well, to some extent, you already do, because you have public budget hearings every year. And it's true, not very many people show up for those unless you're proposing a property tax increase. But you do hold public hearings, and as part of the budget approval process, you review the fees that are listed in the consolidated fee schedule. So you are holding public meetings and announcing to the public exactly what your intentions are with regard to this now. Now, if you chose to advertise it differently, call it truth and taxation or something else that's more provocative, that's an option if you want to increase attendance. But I think you are consulting with the public now, or at least making it available to the public for consultation at this point.
Comments, questions, or a motion relative to these proposed guiding principles?
There's the document entitled Comments on the User Fee Analysis reported previously, the companion.
We've taken that off of this version that you now have, and the reason for that is that was a a draft that was prepared for an earlier version of the guiding principles and has not really been updated. There are still, I think, some relevant points to it, but there are some things that are now dated, and so we simply removed it. It's really not fundamental to the guiding principles.
Just a point of clarification, so I thought we were voting on these two documents together, are we treating them separately?
Yeah, we did a vote on just on the intent statements.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to deal with the proposed guiding principles in the same way we did with the intent statements.
Which is providing council members with 2 weeks to review and come back with additional input or proposed revisions. Is there a second to that motion? Any discussion? Those in favor?
Did we,
Question?
did we change the, oh, I guess there were some changes with the guiding principles with this, okay. Because originally, the old draft was attached to public documents, and anyway, so now, if we can get, I don't know if Ryan can get us a cleaner version.
Well, the one I sent
these.
out yesterday.
Oh, so yesterday?
The committee didn't make any changes to that document.
Okay.
All right, those in favor of this motion, please indicate. That passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Walters and Mr. Arnold, for being here today and for your work, your committee efforts. On behalf, we appreciate that. We'll move now to the discussion, item number 9, discussion and review of proposed fiscal year 2015-16 capital improvement plan in accordance with the Provo City Code. I know we passed over our scheduled break, so any council members who need a break, maybe just step out individually and we'll find schedule.
All right, thank you, council members. Just a few points we'd like to bring up before we move forward. Number one is that we intend to bring up a few policy questions to this discussion, but we don't have any intention to discuss it. We'd like to come back in 2 weeks and have a discussion after you've had some time to kind of collect your thoughts. And so the second thing we'd like to bring up is that we presented this information to Wayne Parker, John Borgett last week, and Denise, and the suggestions that we had were well accepted by the administration, so I'll just touch on those briefly and move into the policy parts of the presentation. So some of the suggestions were a summary page right after the table of contents, and this is what we would suggest. It looks something similar to this, where we have proposed projects funded, the amount that's been funded, and the amount that's unfunded. So it's just a real quick glance over, and you can see on each of the funds what we have, what we don't have, and what's been proposed and approved for this year. And then the second level of suggestions was to establish a priority level for unfunded projects, so we kind of have an idea what's coming up, and to specify new projects versus maintenance projects, and this is actually in the code to have those things in the capital improvement plan. So they were well received by the administration. So moving forward into parks, and we're going to go through each department. I'll cover parks, and then Ryan will cover roads and the remainder.
Just to clarify what received, John, you guys are going to be looking to implement that next year, was my understanding.
Yes, and our thought was is that next year when we deliver the CIP report to the council, this is what if the council approves and recommends, then we would come bring it from this point.
And so, and this is a park CIP summary. We broke it down, and we kind of identified here a purpose and a priority level, just to kind of give an idea of what we're looking for when we suggest those two changes. But this is the park CIP summary for the new projects, and we read through the projects and we tried to analyze to the best of our abilities what was new, what was maintenance. There could be some mistakes, and so don't hold us accountable for that. We just kind of wanted to give a representation of what we thought was new versus maintenance projects. And the black means that the dollars are funded, the blue means that there's partial funding in place but not full funding, and the red means that there's no funding source that's been identified for any of those projects. And you can see there's a fair level of all three mixed within the new projects. This is primarily the result of the fact that we have impact fees to pay for newer projects. Whereas other maintenance projects and other projects, there's not any funding source that's been identified, as you can see through this maintenance summary. There is some blue partial funding, but there's no black portions indicating that there's any funding available for many of these maintenance projects. And so, for that reason, in the Parks and Rec Master Plan, it lists under the following under key recommendations and priority, the intent to maintain what we have first, to improve what we have second, and then to develop new opportunities third. And if these are the established priorities, our question was, why have we committed $0 to maintenance for Park CIP? Moving forward, Parks proposes using the following methods to pay for new and maintenance CIP activities: grants, impact fees, general fund, land trades, and RAP tax. And one of the things that stuck out to me from the Park and Rec Master Plan was this statement about finding new sustainable funding sources that are essential to implementing this master plan.
Bryce, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you a second? When we caught you saying that we aren't putting anything in parks maintenance.
Yeah, so these maintenance projects for FY 15-16, which is this year, there's currently no dollars that have been funded for maintenance activities. Whereas, and there's all these intentions to do things in the future, but many of them are largely unfunded. We just don't have any maintenance funding for parks activities.
So are these maintenance or are they new projects? Because this is the development of a new Lover's Lane Trail. That's where I'm wondering.
I think there's a little bit of confusion because a lot of the departments have maintenance dollars. Roger's back there, like Roger has money to go fix the toilet at the restroom.
Right.
What he doesn't have is to replace all the park restroom replacements. So wouldn't be, so I think there's a little bit of confusion that they have no maintenance dollars. They have maintenance dollars to.
Just as the mayor explained.
Yeah,
we have the ability to maintain the facilities as they currently stand, but if we want to do new type of maintenance activities, these things like replacing the park restrooms.
Okay, Lover's Lane Trail is already there.
Okay, so but we have $100,000 committed to this, to improving that trail in FY 18 and 19.
So is it a maintenance or is it an improvement? And I think there's a, that's.
Gary, one thing I'd say is Lover's Lane has never been officially finished. And so as a result, the reason why it's listed in here is because it actually is still a new project. It does exist and people are using it, but the ability to go in and put it to the right standard that needs to be.
So in that case, it's not a maintenance, it is a new project.
Sure, and like I said, like we just went through and we reviewed this up. Okay, what are we adding to? Maybe maintenance would be adding to existing facilities that we currently had. And new projects is land acquisition, developing new sports regional park, things like that, where we thought considered new and maintenance. So there could be some disagreement over some of these maintenance projects, but a lot of these stood out to us as maintenance activities, things to improve what sure they're improving what we have, but to help make the facilities function in their current capacity.
I think it's the term that's just
it is confusing.
So, but getting back to what we were talking about, in the Park and Rec Master Plan, this statement stood out about finding new sustainable sources are essential to implementing this master plan. And the department has relied heavily on taxes and impact fees to support the system, and the key to the future is to diversify the sources of funding. And then they give suggested alternatives, and I have a copy of those alternatives here that you can review if you'd like to review them, but just a few that stood out to me is the Foundation and Friends Association creating a benefits district where you levy a tax on a certain area and then you use that money, the tax money, to pay for the parks in those areas. Adopt a Park or Adopt a Trail program is something that they talk about in these funding alternatives. Using catering permits and services, so contracting with catering companies, and then charging a fee from all the money that they make at these, at a softball refill facility or things like that. Rec service fees, taking a fee from each recreation program and putting it into a fund for the maintenance and creation of new parks alternatives. Advertising sales, allowing us to advertise at our parks. Maybe that's something that we would be interested in. Maintenance endowment fund and a park revolving fund, basically taking money and putting it into these funds and allowing that money to be used on an annual basis for maintenance activities or for new facilities even. But the last policy question we have $1.5 million in FY 15-16 committed to new projects. Is that consistent with council policy? And again, this question about impact fees. We propose maintenance projects, again, maintenance term used loosely, totaling $8.3 million over 5 years that are all largely unfunded. Yet we set aside $2.3 million for new projects that will require additional maintenance as we move forward. Is that wise for us to do that? We understand some of the money earmarked is from impact fees, which are required for, you can only spend it on new projects. But is there some way to justify using those impact fees for some of the maintenance projects, like replacing the Provo River Trail and things like that, where they're currently, I don't think that we're doing that now. And finally, if we can't pay for what we already have, is it wise to continue building these park projects? That's our last question. Dealing with parks. And so I'll turn the time over to Ryan for the remainder.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry to ask. The impact fees, let's go back to the purpose of impact fees. Impact fees, replacing that parkway trail.
I don't think that we can use impact fees to replace the trail. It has to be a new project, and it has to be based on growth.
On growth, and even
there is some legal analysis that I haven't yet asked Brian to work on, which is exactly where is that gray line between growth and
wearing it out.
And wearing it out. Is wearing out a function of growth? So I suppose taking the river trail for example, if we have no population growth and we were to replace it to the same capacity that it is today, I don't think impact fees covers that. But the legal question is, well, what if you can demonstrate a nexus between growth, additional wear and tear, and also a lack of capacity for the trail because of that additional growth? Is that sufficient to cause the nexus for replacement or an expansion of the trail? And maybe you'd have to use multiple funding sources because part of that impact fees relative to impact fees maybe could only be used for the expansion. Maybe you'd have to find other revenue for the replacement. And that's just something that the city, I think, has taken a conservative view. Not getting to this little middle ground, how far can we use these for replacement? And we've said no, just new facilities as a city policy or practice.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to see on impact fees on Monday, so
there you go.
I'll ask, I guess.
But I mean, even this last question, even if you can only use it for new projects, the last question is still pertinent. So are we going to continue building new projects when we can't maintain, what we currently have to the level that we want? And so that's a question that, again, part of the reason we want to come back in 2 weeks is so that you can actually think about these questions. We're not springing them on you, and you have to make a decision right now. But you can think about it, and we can have a good discussion next time. I'll go over the other departments, most of the other departments that are found in the CIP report. We didn't really do enterprise funds because those ones are funded. But I'll go through it here, and then any questions you have at the end or during, you can bring it up. So I did the same thing with roads. You can see that Bryce did with parks, split it up between new and maintenance. Again, there probably could be some discussion about, well, maybe some of these maintenance are really new, and maybe maintenance isn't the correct word. But you see here, you have a lot more black and blue here. Only one project is red for the new. And then in the maintenance of roads, it's largely funded. There's only one there that's unfunded, but besides that, most of it's largely funded. You see the overlay in different projects there. When it comes to engineering, again, new, a lot of it's funded. There is some there that's unfunded. You have some pretty large expenses that are unfunded, like Lakeview Parkway and Trail Phase 2, Freedom Boulevard Bridge, which I'll talk about in a minute. As you can see, some of those there, and then some of the maintenance stuff. So that is some of the policy questions we have regarding roads and engineering. There's a $65.75 million shortfall in our CIP over the next 5 years. When you talk about all those projects that were just listed right there. The city will receive approximately $600,000 per year from a 5% gas tax. That's $3 million over 5 years. Doesn't put too much of a dent in it. And the city could possibly receive $1.1 million per year, and Matt will get into that in his discussion from the local sales tax proposal. So should all of this new money that we're getting be put toward that? It obviously won't cover it completely, but should it all be put toward that? There's been talk of putting some of the additional money toward sidewalks or bike improvements. And where should that money go? And that's a pretty important discussion when talking about that. The second one here, can we remove projects that are inconsistent with the plans adopted by the city more recently? In that, we kind of talked a little bit about the Freedom Boulevard Bridge, for example. There's a neighborhood plan that was recently done that doesn't have any mention of Freedom Boulevard Bridge, that has that area, a Freedom Boulevard Bridge would be a detriment to that area. Yet it's in the Transportation Master Plan, so it's in the CIP report. And so that's more of a question of, maybe we need to do some updating of some of our master plans. And then a suggestion, we were talking a little bit more about this yesterday, but one of the things in the bicycle master plan that we talked about, when we talked about funding for all these bike projects that we have in the bicycle master plan was, well, we'll fund them as we do road improvements, as we build more roads. That's when we'll kind of talk about these bicycle improvements and pedestrian improvements. But it doesn't talk about that in the CIP, and lots of these road projects, they don't talk about if there's going to be bicycle improvements or not. And so that's something that we have as a suggestion is can we integrate that into the CIP? The UTF, with additional money coming in, one of the big discussions around the UTF when the council approved it was, if more additional money comes in for roads, are we going to lessen the UTF? Are we going to keep it the same? And we required that if we do get more money, then within 12 months we would have a discussion of that, of what we would do with the UTF as a result of that extra money coming in. So that's a question there. The fleet facility. I believe Wayne said, the administration, Mayor, I believe you're going to talk about your plan for the fleet facility a little bit later today. Is that correct? Maybe not. that's what Wayne told us. So our initial question was,
Wayne volunteers everybody to
our original question was, the fleet facility in the CIP is showing is funded. It's coming from the general fund, and our question was, well, can the general fund handle that? And Wayne said that the administration actually has a creative plan for how to fund that. So I don't know, maybe they'll talk about it.
Well, that's true, but I don't know that we were presenting it today.
Okay, so maybe it'll come up at our next meeting. And then as far as the general fund CIP, in the CIP it's just the overall general fund, talks about this building. We have in the CIP $3.3 million over 5 years
completely unfunded, but needed improvements to this building. And so the discussions we had, you know, are we going, I know we've had discussions about this in the past, but are we going to relocate? Are we going to stay here? And if so, where's that money going to come from? And then the last slide that I have is just some miscellaneous questions here. One, should there be a threshold where we don't really, we look at the CIP as a whole, but we don't really say, well, this project's over $10 million, let's have a real a good policy discussion about this. So that question is just, should there be a threshold, a dollar threshold? And maybe the dollar threshold's different for different departments, because roads it may be a little bit more than parks, or different departments. And so that's a question there. And then the last one is where the police and fire CIP needs. We talked about that with finance and Wayne in our meeting, and they said that, like the fire station that needs to be built somehow got removed from the CIP, and so they're going to go in and put that back. And so anyway, those were discussions. Again, we just wanted to present those to you. Please think about them, look over them, and then in 2 weeks we'll come back and have a really good discussion about it. And I'm happy to answer any questions we have.
About all of this, I mean, I can see a whole on one of those topics, for example, the RAP tax. How, if we talk about that, we're not going to do that in an afternoon.
As we prepare for the budget, maybe some wisdom to schedule a half day or a full day retreat during May or earlier if you like.
The data tables that were first in both of your presentations actually were adequate to supply us with what we need to know in order to address the questions.
Yeah, and I believe the CIP report was sent to you as well. If not, I can.
The CIP report should be every Tuesday.
But yeah, this is
each project has its own individual page, so if you have any questions pertaining to this project.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan and Bryce. Appreciate your presentation. We will consider these questions and look at scheduling time as part of our budget retreat to address some of the more lengthy items. Next, we have, and this is actually one of those items, Matt has agreed to introduce this next topic, a discussion on various future funding alternatives, and then allow us to consider this also, rather than have a full discussion, maybe just introduce the topic, and then we can take it up in the budget retreat.
We have the slides already. So, all of these topics dovetail onto each other as far as the larger budget picture. And
is it one of these?
It should be.
Where does it say? Sorry, Bryce may have it.
Where's the phone?
It's on the desktop.
It's called. We have it. Well, let me just state quickly. I'm not doing from memory. There are 3 revenue alternatives which could be on the table for the council to consider this year. Several, 1 at least, or 2 at least, have been proposed or to be something considered by the council by policy or council intent statement in the past, and the 1 is a new alternative that you're probably all familiar with to some level, in which the state legislature adopted last year. Very briefly, the state legislature did pass the HB 362. Thanks, Murray. I know that you have that one. And he's probably actually in a better position to give you the details, right? So just correct me if my nutshell version's wrong. Basically, there is in addition to the gas tax increase, which will be applied statewide and distributed per formula, there is a local option transportation tax that was adopted. It's a county option, so the city doesn't really have the ability to put it on independent of the county. It would be collected via point of sale and distributed based on the point of sale. The tax rate structure, at least as far as the city is concerned. Now, there's a bunch of caveats to that. The way the actual rate of the tax is a 0.25%, so a 1/4% tax. It would go into 3 different pools. 1/10% would be dedicated to the city, another 10% dedicated to transit, and that's the very confusing side discussion I don't think we need to get into today. And
sure?
I would love to talk about no.
Your steam comes out your ears when you do, so I'd like to see that again.
And then 0.05% would be dedicated to the county for their road needs. There's a lot of discussion about how that came to that point, and again, I can't have some discussion for that time. I think the relative issue for the council here is to be aware that that option now exists. The policy sort of question to that is timing, and what will the county do? And current indications from Corey is probably not interested in it this year for them to do it, but that could change.
Yeah, my understanding is there are a number of cities, American Fork, for example, who would like to put this on the ballot in 2016 simply because there's a great deal of need there. The other cities, I think, understand that it's probably wise to measure twice and cut once on this, because we really only have one shot at it. And so if we're not careful, then we lose the window that's there before us. So
it may not happen this year, but I don't think completely rules out the possibility. I mean, things could change.
You know anything else? County Commissioners.
It's very volatile, and we've had one meeting, one option to talk about it.
Okay, so just so you know, that is a revenue option that may become available to the city with or without your blessing, influence, timing, whether this year or next year.
And I would say this, if it has any hope of passing, it would be important to be supported by city leadership. In order to have a residents vote for it, I think they're going to be looking to us to give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
So either way, that's initiated by the county. And these cities, American Fork, others are really doing nothing more than lobbying the county commissioners at this point.
County commissioners, and then if it does go on, maybe the residents.
I think there's little doubt it will go on the ballot by the county commissioners. The question is it this year or next year?
And I think right now it's leaning more next year, but again, that could change. And you just should be aware of that because it may affect these 2 other revenue sources that I just briefly go over. If it were to go on, the county would have to adopt a resolution and forward that to the state by August 31st. So the opposition language and all that can be get on the ballot. So we'll know definitively by August 31st, but some of your decisions have to be made way before then. So that doesn't help you very much.
Do we have any kind of sense of dollar contributions that would, how that would impact our budget?
What about $1 million annually?
It's a little complicated. Well, because, all right, so point of sale, half of those dollars from the point of sale will stay with us, Provo. This is the 40% of it that we would get. The other 0.5%, I wrote all these notes down, so just in case it's brought up, the other 0.5% would be redistributed to us according to our population, but it takes in a greater, but that's only the population. For example, if Utah County, Washington County, and Juab County passes this thing, but Iron County does not, then the 3 counties that pass it will be within this pool, and Iron County will get its the cities in Iron County will get its gas tax, but it won't get any of the other dollars. So it all depends on how many counties. It will depend on how many counties pass it, because it's redistributed. Half of those dollars are redistributed according to our population.
Okay.
Is that as clear as mud?
The other alternative is that there's some timing considerations for the council is the RAP tax. And it has been stated various times the council is interested in studying the RAP tax. No commitment to actually move forward with it. But there are some timing considerations. One, a year which may or may not have another tax or fee increase. So that's where this transportation comes in, because if it was to happen this year, there probably wouldn't be positive feedback in having both of those on the ballot at the same time. It may jeopardize the success of one or either or both. But if it were determined to move forward, you would need to make a decision on that probably by July 1st. You have to notify the county 60 days before the ballot preparation deadline of August 31st. And that you have the intent to move forward in this direction. The county has 60 days to reply to your request, which puts you at that August 31st deadline. So if this is something on the radar, you'll start technically need to make the decision by July 1st. Practically, though, you may need to make that decision sooner, and I think the administration can speak more eloquently to this. But the process of defining in sort of crystal clear context what you will spend that money on if you elect to go do it. Will it be for new facilities? Will it be for maintenance and deferred maintenance issues that we briefly covered in the CIP? Will it be a combination of things? Will it be for parks only, recreation only? Will you get into the Covey Center, golf course, and other funds? How will you distribute that money if you choose to move forward and put this question to the voters? Those are some big discussions that, one, you would need to make well ahead of this technical deadline. Two, also there's the issue of messaging and organizing a citizens committee to go forward and to message the positive aspects of this proposal on the city's behalf. And that's something the administration indicated they would definitely take some lead in, but there's timing issues there. So earlier the better as far as a campaign strategy if the council wants to move this initiative. The third consideration is that the mayor will propose in the budget a property tax increase per the council intent statements. Again. And I said per the council intent statement, so because I knew he was going to throw that out eventually. It is intended to fund a 2% increase in the property tax, which equates to about $80,000 in funding, which will fund one police officer in his proposed budget. That will need to be determined to even consider that by your final budget meeting in June, which is the 17th, I believe, third Tuesday in June. And that will launch the Truth and Taxation hearing process with a determination in the second to third week of August. Now, I can't tell you exactly when that date is because depending on who's having Truth and Taxation hearings, that will be dependent upon the county recorder to schedule. It's actually contrary to statute to have two of these hearings on the same night if you're in the same. So if Utah County, the school board, have one, we can't have one on the same day. But most likely that would be done on the first or third Tuesday of August. So again, we probably don't have time for a discussion about that. We just want to make sure those things were on your radar as you move into the budget season. You can be consciously thinking about where you want to move with these different alternative funding or revenue resources, and that we can have a more intelligent discussion, informed discussion down the road.
Remind us also on the RAP tax, RAP contribution, that would be?
It's about the same, 1.1 million. The difference is just where you can spend it.
We're both a tenth of a cent. The only difference would be the two formulas. Might be able to snap it.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Garrett, for reminding me. I also mentioned in the notice UTF. There was a commitment from the council by statute that if the state was to do something, that you would review the UTF and that you would hold a public hearing. You did not commit yourself to any specific course of action, but that is also at some point. Now that probably wouldn't come into play until actually the county actually exercised the option, put it on the ballot, and the voters approved it. But if the voters were to approve the transportation sales tax, the council would be obligated to hold a public hearing and ask the question, should we adjust or maintain the UTF as constituted?
Was that sales tax the only income that was going to come? I thought there was a sales tax and a gas tax. And so
also a
gas tax, are we obligated to have that UTF discussion with
that's a good point. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
So we're obligated, the state passed the gas tax.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the window's a year. So if you wanted to wait long enough to see if you're getting the quarter and have one hearing, that may be possible depending upon when the county puts it on the ballot.
Yeah, I think there is some, I think that was part of the discussion earlier, maybe some wisdom in waiting so you actually see what the actual revenue to the city is in a more precise manner.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't know if that year, if we define when the clock starts, but if you're defining about when the revenue starts.
I think it's by when the revenue is received.
Corey and I are confirming when that is, but it's likely start of the fiscal year. So that clock hasn't even started.
So that may be an issue for next budget year. Just keep that in mind. And that's it for me. Again, just want to put on your radar, we will have this agendized someplace either next meeting or retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and that's a great heads up on all of these. Appreciate you helping us track these so well, and we'll look forward to some discussion. Mayor, this brings us to you on any upcoming items in development for the next budget. This is item 11.
So is this the time for this discussion?
Yes.
Yes, John. Thank you. Maybe I can just introduce John, if I may. As we're getting closer on our budget, there are a number of things coming together that we're making decisions on. And rather than surprise you when we start the budget process, with 6 weeks we look at it, I asked John to hear at a high level some of those big decisions that we think that you'll have an interest in. So we can have more time to think about it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to just talk a little bit about some of the issues that are out there that we are discussing and hope to address as part of the upcoming budget we'll deliver to the council on the first Tuesday in May, which is 4 weeks from today. One is vehicle funding. There has been some discussion about the need to provide additional funding so that we adequately maintain our vehicles. There's a committee that's been working, a vehicle committee that's been working for, how long, probably the last 6 months?
6 months, yes.
Looking at, and they came up with a plan, and we hope to address that issue as part of this budget. And so that's there. I would also mention that we have, you're probably aware that we have been looking at, and we have an RFP that's outstanding, but we just currently received the responses on that we're evaluating on an enterprise resource planning system. That's a citywide software system that we've been looking at. We actually hope to come back to the council in the near future, just kind of give you an update on that process. But as part of the budget, our intent is to address and consider funding for that as well. Clean facilities was mentioned earlier. We having discussions on that, and we hope to come back as part of the budget plan for that clean facility, at least have something in place there. Just to mention Revenues have been updated on current trends, and overall, they're positive. We have seen with community development fees that with not having as much commercial development on the horizon, that our community development fees will likely go down slightly from what we've had the last couple of years. But as a general basis, revenues are positive and looking good. I've also mentioned that as far as rate increases go, we are expecting to come back with some rate increases for our enterprise funds, specifically energy and our public works funds. And as you remember last year, when the public works director, Dave Becker, came in, he had a 5-year plan on rate increases over the next 5 years. Our proposal is that's going to be updated slightly. We'll be prepared to share that with you and share the plan there. Also mentioned, as we talked about just a few minutes ago, there is a plan to come forward with a recommended property tax increase to fund an additional officer. I would also mention that we are currently looking at funding some other officers. In addition to that, we're still working through priorities and looking at that. But we see a need and a concern for public safety and specifically police officers, and so we're looking at that as well. But we are planning on one as part of a property tax increase. As has been mentioned earlier, there is an increase in the state road tax. We are still looking at and evaluating what the financial impact will be to the city as a result of that gasoline or fuel tax increase, and we're evaluating that and plan to come back and address that. As far as operating expenses go, our operating expenses are primarily level from the prior year. We do have some good news that's helping provide some additional funding to the city. Our state retirement costs for the first time in 5 years, we're expecting to be level. As you probably remember in earlier discussions, when we had the Great Recession, approximately 5 years ago, they did what's called a 5-year leveling. And so as a result of the hits to the overall market and some of the other costs, they spread it over a 5-year period, and we're now out of that. And so our retirement costs were level. We did have one or two go up, the other one down, but pretty much level. Medical insurance costs, we have we call it defined contribution approach. You've probably heard of. What we do is we look at a medical index. The index that we use is called the Millman Medical Index, and then we provide an increase in the contribution to each employee's fund to provide their benefits based on that increase in medical index. So our exposure for increases in medical costs is based on a national index, not just on our own individual performance. And that index went up 5.4%. And so we expect our medical costs to go up. We know that they're going to go up that percentage. Now we are self-insured, and then we have co-insurance over $125,000. So depending upon how our own individual fund performs based on claims history, the employee's portion may go up more, it may go up less. But the incentive is for the employees to kind of be partners and share in that to hopefully help manage those claims. I would also mention that we got a higher deductible option, and everything that we're seeing right now as we've met with our broker and reviewed our claims is that things are going positively, and we're having good experience, and it's working well. And so I think that's a real positive. Mayor?
I just interrupt. John's not telling you a lot of what's behind the scenes there, but what's behind the scenes is an amazing effort by his team, and particularly Human Resources, Gary Bushman, to pretty dramatically change the healthcare situation in a very positive way, both in a better situation for our employees and in reduced costs to the city. And the employees can now self-select the policy they want. They can take high deductible, medium deductible, or low deductible, and we're putting a couple more options in. they like that. It actually simplifies it for them. And and this 5.4% is dramatically lower than the increases we've had in the past few years. And so it really is a pretty amazing thing that would be worth peeling back behind the scenes sometime and giving you more details. It's due to a lot of hard work, a creative effort, and kind of leading out among other cities and with some of the things they're doing.
Thank you, Mayor. I also mentioned that we plan and intend to fund our merit increases for those employees to earn those through meeting their goals and having a successful annual evaluation. That's their 2.5%. We also are close to completing our annual market study. And
John, is that for merit increases, how many consecutive years? Is that just, because for a while there were no merit increases?
Right, so is this our third year?
I think it's our third year.
Yeah, so we were frozen for those kind of tough years.
Yep. We also we're in the process of wrapping up our market study, which goes in and compares how the wages of Provo City employees compare to other cities similar to our size and other agencies. And Daniel softly goes through and does an in-depth analysis. We haven't even met with the mayor or Wayne yet. We're going to be doing that shortly. But our intent is to fund that. We think it's absolutely critical that we remain competitive in the marketplace so that we can retain and attract good talent in the city. And so that is funded. I would just mention that this year we've noticed that there have been, more significantly than any year since the Great Recession, kind of some pressure on wages increasing. As we look at kind of the national horizon, they're seeing something similar. And so we feel like and anticipate that the market study will have a larger impact this year than it's had in other years. But we are committed to that and still want to remain competitive and fund that. But once again, it just creates a little bit more of a challenge, as wages go up to remain competitive. We talk about this balancing act of where we fund and what we do, and it's just not an easy thing. But our recommendation would be, and we plan to include in the budget that's delivered to the council, funding that market study. We've done that every year since I've been here. It's always been something we've done. So. And then another real important issue that we want to address and discuss is the need for capital improvement funding. We've heard the message loud and clear from the budget committee as well as the city council. This is something that we want to look at and address, and so we will address that and discuss that as part of the budget that's delivered to the council. We already talked about this, but we plan on having some discussions. We actually have a meeting already scheduled where the administration is going to be looking at the implications of the RAP tax, what needs to be done from a planning perspective, how we need to work with the municipal council on being prepared if the plan and the desire is to to put it on the ballot in November. So that will be part of the budget as well. And then, as I mentioned, we hope to deliver the budget to the council. We will on May 5th, Tuesday. And I would also mention that one other significant budget area that the mayor wanted me to mention is you're aware, we purchased the Rock Canyon property. That's not a year ago. Carol Riddle, who's our property manager, who actually works in my department, has done a fantastic job working with administration and also legal on this process. And just to let you know, part of the transaction was we kind of had the options to give them some properties at the South Fork or to give them $500,000 in cash. And so what we did is the administration started working very actively and working with Tara and looking at ways to see if we could sell the property, see if we could realize some savings to the city, and in essence decrease the overall cost for the purchase of the Rock Canyon property through selling this other property. And to let you know, we've been successful. Some of the parcels have closed, some haven't, but I checked with Tara, and we expect, and we're just going through some processes to do some of the final closings on the last parcel, but we expect to bring in $766,997. So that's $250,000, $267,000 roughly of dollars that we saved as a result of selling that property versus just giving it to the Richard Davis Group to as part of the transaction. So that decreased the overall cost of the project.
I'd say not only saved, but got money there up front, but there's going to be a lot of cost involved in those things. I saw so many red flags going up on that property that we had real challenges going forward with some of that property.
Terry's done an amazing job on marketing those properties and maximizing their value. And I think to John's point, one of the things we want our residents to know, I want you to know, is in fact that lowers the purchase price of Rock Canyon by over $1 million.
Yeah, it's been a really good thing, and I think it's going to have a real positive effect. The other thing I would just mention too is that money, it does free up that $250,000 of fund balance that we anticipated we may need to spend on that project. So that's huge.
I know there was some discussion at some time about the wrong last part. If that's done, sold, funds went to.
I think they were used for.
It's still in a CIP account.
In parts, in the parts and discussion.
The council wants to know how we would propose to do that.
Okay, thanks.
So that's just kind of a high level overview. I can answer any questions, but we want to just kind of give you a heads up.
Yes, I would welcome any of you that have, if anything that he shared concerns you, please let us know. But that gives us just a few weeks to accommodate those concerns before the budget comes across to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John. Great heads up on these issues. We appreciate that. We now have an opportunity to have a 10-minute discussion on how to use our council budget committee moving forward, given the presentations we've had from John on the upcoming financial items and Mr. Tanner's presentation on possible sources of revenue, several items to consider. We'll turn the time over to Councilmember Santiago to lead this discussion.
Thank you. So once we are able to move past the guiding principles and have those in place, once we have our budget intent statements in place, we, as a committee, the budget committee wanted to have some direction from the council as to where you would like us to focus our time and how we can best serve the council. We came up, as a committee, we came up with several options, several things that we could work on that just might be helpful, but wanted to open it up to the council first and see if there are areas that you feel would be beneficial for the budget committee to focus our attention on where we could be of service to this group.
As I gave consideration to this, it occurred to me that, especially with the documents that have come to us most recently, the committee has superbly met the heart of what we had requested. That is, I don't know that there's any substantial unfinished business at this point. But that said, we'll have these quarterly reports from the administration, and I would hope that we'll reserve the right to consult with the committee as those reports come in terms of their response to the reports. And then in terms of a one-time endeavor, I would appreciate the committee providing a strong rationale for adoption of the RAP tax. That could then blend with the outreach that the administration will be developing. It's important to have our own independent justification as a municipal council for seeking voter approval of that tax.
Okay, thank you. Are there other suggestions?
What were the committee's ideas?
Committee's ideas, thanks for asking. One idea was, are we billing for water in the best way? Should users, bigger users, pay more for the water that we're using?
So in other words, a fee analysis of the water system. So is that something that the committee undertakes or works with the administration in? I don't know. I wonder how far you want the committee to be dealing with administration in those areas. But it is an analysis of water usage. And I know that the city is also doing the same with power. Do they want any, I'm sorry, do they want any committee input on that, or is there, the committee, you want the committee to give input to you?
And we could look at, Mr. Walters mentioned that we could look at different households and how the relative burden of utility bills on different households and businesses and the distribution of those costs. We could, for instance, low-income housing may not be as efficient as other, and is the current practice, the way we're billing and with the transfer, is it placing undue burden on any one group within the city? Just some different, and I don't know if you want to further explain that.
One observation in connection with that. I looked over my personal utility bills for the past year and compared it to my property tax bill from Provo City, and my home, I'm sure, is worth significantly more than the average home, and my utility usage is significantly lower than the average home, but I pay as much in utility taxes as I do in property tax. And I suspect that that suggests that our current regime is quite regressive, placing a very heavy burden on low-income people. And that may be okay, but it's just something that the council may want to look at.
Strikes me that this falls into the category of other services beyond the consolidated fee schedule. The mayor had called our attention to that previously and said it's a much larger number than 300. And I think the response to that was, well, let's start that then when the 300 have been completed. This may be something to do sooner.
And with that in mind, I wonder how we as a committee can actually go about the processes of analyzing that. Maybe that's something we need to discuss, and what kind of support do we need? How do we need this data?
As with the data available, we can do the analysis.
That's with consolidated fee schedule. The question is how readily can the administration come by that data, and what does it cost them to provide it to us? That's a further conversation.
So, should I ask Amy on some of these? I have five suggestions, and maybe, I don't know, as we go, you can say if that's something of interest or not. The next one would be how, I guess that's kind of part of what Mr. Walters just said, the combination of taxes and fees and how that affects different groups within the city, who ends up paying more and how much more. So that in regards to utilities, but you could also do an evaluation there. The 5-year CIP, how the 5-year CIP is put together, and is it accomplishing, council priorities, and then the how to weight or rank the 2030 priorities for budget priorities. 2030 vision for, and how we're putting budget towards those, and what's priority, what is our ranking of priorities there.
I have a question about that, Matt, and maybe for leadership too. We do have some discussions on 2030 coming up, and the implementation of that. Maybe that's when we ought to postpone just a little bit until we figure out what implementation we're going to apply to the document.
Some discussions with the Policy Governance Committee, Gary McGinn and the council staff, about the best way to formalize a review of Vision 2030 that allows the council more ownership of the document as a policy document, but at the same time go through a legitimate process that the community can be supportive of. And excuse me, at this rate, we're probably looking at an August retreat for that discussion. We have a number of other things like the budget to get through, and also some additional discussions with the committee members that all of them, they will be there at the same time. So.
Is that your list? Other suggestions, all of them? That's the list, yeah.
Seem a little more, bigger nut to crack, I think.
Yeah, and then with the recommendation for a property tax increase for the police officer. And there are lots of things, I'm sure, that we could focus on. I just wanted to get some direction from the council.
One that seems to have sensitive timing that Matt mentioned is the potential use of a RAP tax. It seems that one, in terms of timing, would probably rise to near the top of the list anyway. And then, of course, the quarterly reports seems like a natural way to involve the committee.
Okay. Were there others? You said all of them.
Is there any that you would like us to postpone, I guess? Down the road, 2030 sounds like it's something we need to look at a little bit as we get a little more development of that document. And the tax, do you want us to do any analysis on the utility bill, all those taxes? Is that something, and how far down the line is that as a council?
These were both from the resident side, and I've heard some complaints from businesses about the way that works too for small business. So
maybe a little more understanding of that particular bill. Up towards the top.
So it seems to me that what the committee might very well specify are their data needs, specific data needs. Okay, we can decide from that. Talk to the administration and see if that is reasonably accommodating.
Yes, the answer is yes, for data needs. So, okay. All right, well, so then if we delay to 2030, but work on the others, is that agreeable? Okay. Was there anything you wanted to add, Larry or David? Okay, thank you for being here for the long haul. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Santiago. Thanks again to Larry and David. We'll now move to a discussion on potential law enforcement tools, including body cameras and license plate readers. And we'll turn to Captain Garman for this presentation. Thank you, David.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as I can, keep it short and sweet. Here's a handout. This is about the license plate reader for parking enforcement. Steve Goodman from BYU also came down with me, but I apologize to Luis. I didn't tell her he was coming, but he's back there in case you have any questions that I can't answer, as I'm not the one that's done the most research on this. Lieutenant Barney did. It's essentially an automatic license plate reader that does parking enforcement. When BYU instituted it 7 years ago, it was formed by Captain Goodman, their citations quadrupled, which is an indication of what we're probably missing. And I know some of you that work downtown notice and have been receiving complaints of the parking downtown. We've been getting those complaints since time immemorial, it seems like. And this seems like a very good way that we could mitigate that. It's just a license plate reader. It reads the plates. It automatically enforces timed parking. It automatically enforces residential area parking. You can actually put a geo-fence in, say the walking neighborhood where we have the on-street restrictions, and put what the restrictions are, what the time is, the license plates that are authorized to be there at that time. The Jeep drives through, reads the plates, if it comes up with a plate that's not, says it's not authorized to be there. The parking officer gets out, either checks for a permit to make sure it doesn't have authorization to be there, and then writes a ticket. You can make exceptions in the residential area like we've done before. I know some people will call and say, I'm having a big wedding, is it okay if we park on the street? We usually tell them yes, or always tell them yes. You can put the restrictions in there so when the officers drive around, it doesn't enforce the parking in that area. This is just a handout of what the costs are. The maintenance and service agreement's $1,000 a year is all. They've included that in this first 5 years. And then also included in that is a new Jeep. The newest Jeep we have has 90,000 miles on it. And there's some costs incurred by installing this license plate reader on a vehicle, so we thought we'll just get a new one now, and then when we put the stuff on, we won't be trying to switch it out in a year when the Jeep goes down. So that in a nutshell is what it is. I know there could be a lot of questions coming. It looks like a big fee up front, but I think we're missing a lot of violations and actually could probably solve our downtown parking complaints with this system. So if you have any quick yes.
How does one Jeep cover the entire city?
It just keeps driving. And 24/7, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we just want to try the one first. If we feel a need for another one, we can do that in a couple of years. BYU has watched their compliance go up. The citations quadrupled the first 2 years, and then they slowly go down as the students in their case realized, I can't beat it. They had a full-time appeal officer that they don't have anymore because the appeals went down, and so it's ended up saving them a lot of money. And they're after the same thing we're after, is compliance. If we could not write a single parking ticket, we would be happy. You know, that's never going to happen. That's what we're after, is the compliance, and that's what they've experienced. And you've had it for 7 years, is that right, Captain?
Yeah, we have.
We just have one
captain, but that's okay.
Just the one vehicle. Just the one vehicle.
No, we added a second vehicle. Yeah, so we have 2 vehicles. We actually, the first vehicle we just wore out. It's but we're just taking the cameras off of that vehicle, putting on a new vehicle right now. And so at least the equipment has outlasted the vehicle itself.
To be fair to your question, we probably wouldn't get the use out of one that we would, of course, out of 2. We could probably use 2, but we want to see how it works for us before we jump in.
I should mention that the BYU vehicles have lights that are flashing on top, and so it's also an effective speed.
See, it's technology that's been around for a while. I mean, our parking guys are still walking around with a piece of chalk on the tires, which we've been doing since before I was born.
How will you get the license plate numbers?
You have to feed all that into the system.
And will that come from
the state side? You can probably answer this better.
Yeah, we download it on a daily basis just from PCI. So we sit and work with them to create the list for us. They go to the database, and then we just have an automatic process.
As a faculty member, I can access that vehicles and add them.
Yeah, for the permit parking, we have the faculty, the students, employees that go ahead and self-register themselves for the privilege of parking on campus. So Councilman here knows how many vehicles he could register and things of that nature.
So a couple of things, if I could. Where we want to take parking permit programs in the city, we really need this technology. Kim and I have had some discussions about with BYU now starting to charge for parking with the pressure that's going to put on the tree streets, and the flexibility that this gives us makes the parking permit program much more palatable and successful. And our downtown merchants have just been screaming for better enforcement, and it's difficult. You chalk a tire and then they move, and then you got to go check that tire, and in a certain amount of time. It's just a totally different game. I would also tell you that we're likely to be coming to you with some possible ordinance adjustments in things like the value of tickets. There's some discussion that we may want to make the first one a warning, especially in the downtown area where we're trying to encourage people to come in. And maybe we start with a $15 ticket, and the second one's a $25 ticket. And so we'll be coming to some policy issues along those lines that are associated with purchasing this equipment.
And you can also then put that into the system. So the first time the plate came up for, say, time parking downtown, It'll let you know it's the first time, in case you were warning them, first, second, third, and so on, so, yeah.
Just, if you're in, for example, you're in the city hall and council meeting goes long for the residents outside, give them a ticket. You pull out, can you pull into the next one? How does that technology
So
work?
that may be another ordinance change we need. It will track you downtown. And I'm not sure actually, we know if the
It's
ordinance.
GPS.
It geo-verifies.
So, but I'm not sure if the ordinance says it's 2 hours in a spot or 2 hours downtown. But we would suggest getting it changed to have 2 hours on Center Street, so that they'll be able to tell if somebody's moved.
And it has the GPS, right, which will tell you that car's, I mean, GPS is not that accurate, but it's gonna tell you it's only 1 or 2 spots away from where it was the last time you came through.
There's actually 3 pictures it takes. It takes a picture of the overall car and the context of it, takes a picture of the license plate, and then there's a third picture, it takes a picture of the tire stems on the vehicle.
Wow. So you can actually see if it's been moved.
You can see if it's been moved by referencing it back to the car. So that's, like I said, our appeals down to 90% because the students say, you got pictures. I can't dispute that. You've got the system that's all digital to the exact second.
Seriously, 90% of your students were liars, is that what?
Well, around 5%, but they generated all the citations.
They had explained it.
They were super confused.
If you don't have any other questions, go ahead.
So this not only makes it more, just makes it better for you as far as being able to do what you do, but it also is very convenient for the residents to be able to log in license plates that they need to as well, right? So they can log in, they're having a party, like you said, and not have their neighbors ticketed. And also with the permit parking, I know it's not just the tree streets, but other neighborhoods that have permit parking, that's the biggest hassle is getting a pass in their car, a visitor's car. It's often forgotten, or it's...
Any neighborhood you wanted to make, like I said, you draw that geo fence around it, and then we already take their license plate numbers of the cars that are authorized to be there. You just put that into the system and you're done.
And I know in the Seven Peaks neighborhood, they had a hard time deciding who belongs and who doesn't, because there's so many cars and so many, different ways they could kind of get around it. And so this just makes it so much more efficient. It makes it so much more efficient for what you're doing, for your operation. I think it's a wonderful thing.
Well, and then I would think it would reduce our part-time employees in the parking division. We have 5 now, and we have to see how that turns out, but that could be additional savings on top of.
And the mayor had mentioned this might end up paying for itself in the next few years.
I think theirs paid for itself in 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't our intention, but it did. And like I said, our compliance now is so much better than it was when we started this 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
The speed at which these can read is incredible too. I mean, literally one car can travel the road and be in and out of the downtown area in 5 minutes, then go hit other areas and come back. And then in the walk-in times, I've literally watched the vehicles at BYU and at UVU transition to parking lots of 15,000 cars, and they're in and out of them like I've been in a van for some of those or a student. And they can drive by and then it will alert them and tell them, it tells them, they just stop and it tells them which car is what. I mean, it's pretty sophisticated stuff.
It seems like this might have some potential for zoning enforcement as well, for over occupancy and facilitating different potential.
I've always said that the best way to enforce zoning over occupancy is through parking enforcement, good, effective, efficient parking enforcement. You'll probably get farther with that more quickly and easily and efficiently than the difficult sometimes proof that we have to go through dealing with over occupancy.
So built into the system is vehicle inventory, so you'll get that. So I can tell you right now how many vehicles parked in lot 16 at UVU campus today. Now, one aspect that you have to consider about that, first and foremost, the system is a security system for us. We're downloading the NCIC hot list every day of stolen vehicles. And on average, we recover about 2 to 3 stolen vehicles on the BYU campus every year. Somebody who's stolen a vehicle somewhere and then just goes up and dumps it on campus. And so the security aspects are built into it as well that you can use for crime analysis. If you have somebody breaking in to a building at certain times, we've used it to track down, okay, well, it just so happens that car happens to be in that area every time. So it's not only parking enforcement, if you choose to use it that way, it's also a very powerful security tool for us to solve crimes.
Is there any data storage costs with this type of thing, or is it just?
We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, okay.
The body cameras.
Oh, but not with the license plate readers. It just sort of turns over each day. Or?
Yeah, we just keep the data for 30 days and it just overwrites itself. We're not looking at it for any long term.
Right, you don't really need to.
It's just 30 days.
It is in there for 30 days, and I know Lieutenant Vulcan actually solved a bunch of criminal mischief and graffitis we were having by utilizing their cameras, because the kids drove through campus. They got the license plate number off their car.
Yeah, I could go on and tell you about all kinds of cases that were solved because of license plate. It's a powerful aspect of it for crimes and deterrents.
How does the technology solve the problem of parallel parking?
I couldn't tell you.
It actually, the technology works well when it's read at an angle, the license plates, versus reading it straight on.
Right. I imagine if you were pushed right up against it, you'd probably lose the odd few, I would think, if you're too close.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to get out of their parking space either, so if they're too tight.
Yeah, it actually works better when reading at an angle than it does straight on. It's just the algorithms of the object character recognition.
Any other questions on that? Well, I'll have Lieutenant Wilkin, he's done some research on the body cameras. I know that's a hot topic. I'll preface it by saying we're looking at all the cameras, we're testing, but we're taking a cautious approach. There are policy issues, there are legal issues that are just going to come to the fore like crazy in the next year or so, because everybody's making a mad rush to grab these body cameras, and they are a good tool. In fact, that one he was wearing, one of our sergeants was wearing it as a test, and he walked up, just to give you an idea of the limitations, walked up on a passenger side approach to a truck and was looking in the truck's body camera. He could see the person sitting in the truck, and he said, "Do you have your driver's license?" The guy reached down like that, and there was a gun on the seat. He don't know if he's reaching for his wallet or the gun, but the sergeant's gun came up, and you could see. Camera never saw the gun. So I see the gun, put your hands out of the way, got him out of the car, still hadn't seen the gun on the camera. Walked around to the driver's seat of the car and leaned in to pick the gun up, and the steering wheel covered the camera, so you still never saw the gun. It wasn't until he picked it up out of the car and unloaded it on the foot of the car that you actually saw the gun. So that's some of the limitations they have. They're not a panacea for everything. They don't see what the officer sees. And so I'll just preface it by saying we're kind of going slow. We want to get the right system for us. The storage costs can be huge, and I'll let Lieutenant Wilson cover that. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
I started testing body cameras about 2 years ago. I went to some training in Las Vegas, and they kept stressing that body cameras were coming, and they were going to be mandatory at some point. So we started testing, it kind of died off a little bit, and then it's come back. So far we've tested, or are in the process of testing, 9 different cameras from various manufacturers, different types of designs. Some are point of view, some are, like you see here, just attached to the body. So we're testing 2 of them that we currently have. If you want to look at that, pass it around, are these 2 cameras. I've got that one there, and I've got the second one. That's this one. I've heard people mention, especially on the media comments and things like that, or media stories, why can't they all have cameras? They're $100 you can buy them at Radio Shack. Well, it's not that easy. We want a camera that's going to, the officer's going to be able to wear 10 hours a day, 16 days potentially each month. So that's a lot of time. We need a camera that's going to be rugged, and it needs to be water resistant, impact resistant. That's easy to manipulate. If you'll notice, that one there has a big button on the front, so an officer can reach up and touch it fairly easily, even with gloves on. That one has a slider. Some of the other things we want on here are pre-event recording. One of the cameras will record 30 seconds. The other one will pre-record up to 30 minutes. So it's kind of priceless. When you see something happening, you push the button, and you've already gone back in the past 30 seconds or more. And it's worked out really well for us in the test videos. So the cameras themselves, they run anywhere from $300 up to $1,000 for the different cameras. That's the cheap part of it. The expensive part is the data that's involved. Some of these are standard definition, which have smaller files. Some are high definition, which have very large files. And most agencies that are the same size as ours are creating 8,000 to 10,000 videos per month. So that's a huge amount of data. With one of the vendors we're looking at for a 5-year contract for cameras and cloud data storage on a 5-year contract would be just about $500,000. So you can see how expensive that gets. One of the other things we're looking at is local storage. In our patrol cars now we have cameras. When the officer's driving to the underground, it's automatically uploaded into our own servers. We have a great IT department. I've worked with them, and we should be able to store it locally here with a significantly reduced cost for storage. I think that's about it. I have a PowerPoint I can send out. Make sure everybody gets one that has a lot more information on it. One of the biggest things we have to look at is our policy. Privacy issues. When do we record? When do we not record? As a police officer, I can go to Corey's house on a possible flight. You know, like say someone goes over he and his wife are fighting. So as an officer, I would go to Corey's house, talk to him, and it was verbal. They were just arguing about finances. Okay, I would clear out of there. I would clear the call without even a report, or I would just say it was verbal only, and that's it. Now with the camera, that brings up a whole different thing because I'm recording that. Now that becomes public information. Now Corey was telling me about they were arguing over finances and how much his wife has spent and all these other types of things. With that public information, the neighbor's going to be able to get now, and you can see what kind of problems that can create down the line. So we have to be careful when we record, when we don't record. Privacy issues, obviously we don't want to record private situations to make it public information. So we're really looking at some guidance from the IACP, state legislators, and others. There are some good policies out there. There are also some policies that are very vague, and I think the officers or the departments are going to get themselves into trouble. And we don't want to be one of those Supreme Court cases that we have to fight. So, any questions on these at all?
So, I guess I have the perception that the main benefit is to improve the public perception of the place. Are there other benefits for your operations in that, or is that the main reason to get them? Because it seems like we have a pretty positive perception of the police force here.
Yeah, and it goes both ways. I think, and what the studies have shown is that the amount of time officers spend in court is drastically reduced because once you have that video, people say, oh, there's nothing I can do. A couple weeks ago, I had someone next to me texting and driving. I'm on car luckily, so I just videotape and show them a copy. Hey, you know, you were texting. They're not going to go to court on that. So it benefits us. The officers, majority of them want these cameras. And everyone that I've had test these, they said, I want one of those. They're uncomfortable. We can't find one that's a perfect fit that everybody likes, that capture everything, but they really want them as well.
How soon do you think it'll be mandatory, and who will give that? Where will that law come from? State, federal?
I would imagine it'll come from the state. They tried to pass legislation this last year that required it. There was a lot of issues with it, and they ended up not passing it. So I would imagine at some point, depending on the atmosphere, that it will come from the state.
That being said, is the state going to help fund some of those things, or is that going to fall back to the cities and that?
There are some potential grants coming up through the federal government, so that's something that we're going to look at. That's the only funding source that I know of right now, as far as that goes.
City and funding and grants.
And grants, right. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to find the best camera that fits our department at the lowest cost, basically. We're not going to buy something cheap. We need something that's going to work and last for a long time. That's one of the reasons we're also looking at local storage for that reduced cost, because it's $500,000 for 5 years. It's just that's a lot of money for a camera.
An officer every year.
Yeah. What's that?
That's equivalent to an officer. I mean,
exactly right.
Any other questions on the comment? The state legislature this year had over 100+ bills that were focused on law enforcement.
They actually tabled the camera bill. They set aside some money through CCJJ to evaluate the camera system on highway patrols. Going to look at that. They're going to revisit it next year in the legislative session. However, there were quite a few bills that may impact us long term that will come out of the legislative session probably next year. Several of them that we're talking about are the chiefs of police. Right now, the camera issue is a huge issue for us, and we see the advantages to higher percentages of exoneration too when there are citizen complaints when the actual camera footage is available. It's almost the same thing as the license plate reader. We find that we have good people, and in the situations where we can actually get video, it actually benefits the city and would have benefit the city. But I think the funding issues, that's what the state's kind of tabled as far as what they want to do overall from the state's perspective. Ryan's comment about the federal government, that's coming from President Obama's law enforcement program that he is looking at. So there are several, it's out there, and from the public's perspective, I think they all would like to see more cameras, and yet hopefully the privacy issues and some of those things that Brian's talked about have really come to the forefront now when people realize, number one, the data and what may actually become available for public record. So those things are all being considered.
I just would emphasize that we want to be in a position as a city as having been thoroughly researched this so that we're ready when we feel like the climate's ready to move forward on this. I applaud the way they've approached this with trying different things, and there's some really tough policy issues that we've discussed that we need to feel comfortable about. But if you get asked, I think we want our residents to know that we're in favor of body cameras. So the troops are in favor of them. And it's not a matter of if they're good or bad, it's a matter of making sure we have the right system and the right policies before we move forward.
So is any budget being allocated this year?
No. You won't see, we're looking at getting the budget in for the license plate readers, but you won't see anything about body cameras right now. If we were ready mid-year, we'd come to you with an appropriation.
Okay. Well, thank you again to our law enforcement and Captain Diamond. Thank you for your presentation today, and URU, thank you also. This brings us to our final item for our proposed closed session. And this is the IHC Health Services Ordinance Amendment, which will be presented by Dustin Wright. Welcome back, Dustin.
On this ordinance amendment, IHC was looking at 7-foot setback reduction in the healthcare facility zone. The current setback in that zone is 15 feet, and that's the setback where buildings can go to in the land space area. When we reviewed their plans for their hospital relocation, we realized that the only place they really needed the 7-foot setback was along 500 west here on the bottom. There's some existing buildings that are at the 7-foot setback, so they're considered non-conforming structures. The two that are here are going to be demolished, and the proposed tower is going to, they're wanting to line it up with the other buildings along 500 west that are at that 7-foot setback, so that they can maintain just a nice same setback for the whole campus. So on 500 west, the sidewalk is on the public right of way, so there would be 7 feet of landscaping between the building and the sidewalk or the property line. Whereas around some of the other street frontages, the sidewalk is either running through the property line or the sidewalk is on private property. And so, looking at those, we worked with them on maintaining or going forward with their proposal for the 7 feet on 500 west, but going to a 10-foot setback around the remaining streets or buildings. And the way our ordinance is currently written in that zone is that the parking can't be within a setback. So if we reduce the setback to 10 feet, then parking can go 5 feet closer to the street, which isn't something that we want to have happen. We want to make sure that there's as much distance as we can to help create a screening and stopping those parking lots. So the other part of our amendment to their proposal was that the section in the code in the healthcare facility zone that talks about parking not being in the setbacks is that we would strike the wording there and say that parking can't be within 15 feet of the property line, with the exception that if they meet some additional landscaping requirements, that it could be reduced to 10 feet. So if you go to the next slide, they've shown here property line going through the part of the sidewalk there, and the parking lot being set back at 15 feet. This is what our current ordinance is, except for we only require one shrub per 3 feet, linear feet, so these, just pretend these two aren't there, and that's essentially what our current code is. If we go to the next slide, this shows what the 10-foot setback that they would like to have. And so there would be an extra row of shrubs, and we've proposed some requirements such as additional trees. So there's currently 1 tree per 50 feet in our code. We would if they could meet the 1 tree per 30 feet of the requirement, that the buffer in between the sidewalk and parking will be 6 feet wide. And we also want to make sure that they used a variety of seasonal plants, so that during the winter months we still have some screening in the plants that aren't alive during the winter months would still be some good screening, which is the goal of having that. So that's in there. But there would be a minimum of a 1-foot berm to help increase the height and screening. And, so these requirements were presented to IHC, and they were comfortable with all these changes as well. So essentially what this ordinance amendment would be is having a perimeter setback of 10 feet around the healthcare facility campus for buildings, and 15 feet for parking, with the exception that they can reduce to 10 feet if they met those requirements. And the Planning Commission has recommended their approval on this item as well.
With 7 feet on 500 West.
Yeah, the exception of 500 West having a 7-foot setback for buildings, but still the 15 feet for parking.
How wide is the sidewalk on 5th West for that 7 foot? Is that?
The sidewalk is outside of that 7 feet. I'm not sure. It's probably 6 feet sidewalk and then 7 feet of landscaping for both buildings.
I thought the sidewalks were always city property. And that there was the property lines were usually placed on the other side of the sidewalk.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's different throughout different parts of the city and the area. So along some of these, like you can see here, this is showing like 300 West. So the other side of the hospital campus, the property line actually goes through the sidewalk. When they go and redo everything, Public Works is going to have them do a 7-foot planter, 6-foot sidewalk, which I don't think they currently have that much right now, so they'll be coming into conformance with those new standards. But the property line, wherever it isn't going to change, even though we're requiring more park strip and more sidewalk as we develop the property.
So basically, that park strip could disappear if that property line went on the other side, right?
This park strip here,
No, the other,
this one.
yeah.
So that's what the ordinance would require, that a minimum of a 6-foot buffer between the sidewalk edge and the parking.
You have a minimum of 6 feet, okay.
So that they would have to put that on their property.
No matter where the property line was.
Yeah, no matter what.
So on your previous slide, the aerial sort of view of the buildings, you said they're in a demolition, this building, the future building right there. There's no, is there parking? That's parking around there, but not on Fifth West.
So Fifth West is here. Currently, there's a building here that will be demolished, and then their future plans are to replace it with another building.
Another medical building, not parking structure.
Yeah, they want the parking structure 100% would be a medical building. And so at that point, if they needed more additional parking, they'd have to figure out where they would put that.
And the other two buildings, just actually east of that, are not subject to the 7-foot.
These two?
Yes.
So those are existing?
They're existing, and that wasn't part of the ordinance at the time to have the setback.
They're actually set back at 15 feet, so they meet the current ordinance right now.
Those buildings look like they're right on the...
Yeah, so this blue line is the 15-foot setback.
Okay. My eyes aren't that good there.
It's hard to see that.
Thank you.
But yeah, those are in compliance. The existing buildings here are at 7 feet, and these ones are actually even closer, but they're tearing this down.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Dustin. We see this will be noticed for our agenda in 2 weeks. So we're planning to discuss it and vote on it then.
My understanding is that there's been a request for a closed meeting. I don't actually know any of the details, so I'm going to read the statute and leave it up to those that want to have the meeting to tell me whether it meets it or not. Okay, so I know it has to do with property, so there are 2 reasons involving property that you could have a closed meeting. One is to have a strategy session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property if public discussion would disclose the appraisal or estimated value or prevent the public body from completing the transaction on the best possible terms. The other reason is to hold a strategy session to discuss the sale of real property if, and there's 2 requirements here. One is that either public discussion would disclose the appraisal or estimated value or prevent the public body from completing the transaction on the best possible terms, and that the public body previously gave public notice that the property would be offered for sale. So as long as those requirements have been met, then it's appropriate to have a closed meeting. I don't have any addition.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion to close the meeting. So moved by Mr. Miller with a second by Mr. Van Buren. Those in favor? Thank you. And we'll adjourn then and reconvene or here.
I think they have the lunches in there.
So we'll reconvene in the other room.